Chapter 181. The Frost Moon sect was not something that the Blaze realm could compare to. There was a special characteristic in the universe. The closer one was to the center of the Innerverse, the more powerhouses there would be, and the easier it was for freakish geniuses to appear. The Blaze realm's blazing mist flow zone was located at the very edge of the Innerverse. Even the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were located in the blazing mist flow zone. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them and the Outerverse, as they were merely gatekeepers. The Frost Moon sect was located in the innermost part of the day-night flow zone. Even though it was rumored that the Frost Moon sect had relied on marriage alliances and other methods to survive in the day-night flow zone, the fact that they were able to survive in the day-night flow zone was already a problem. Xianxia's status was even higher than Jared's, and she was comparable to the geniuses of the Myriad Swords Peak and the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting with Xianxia over Blackwater Lake, as only the heavens knew what kind of inheritance she had obtained from the phenomenon. However, this person made Lu Yin's heart sink as she was here for the Astral Combat Tournament. After confirming the direction, Lu Yin headed towards White Bones Gorge. A day later, Lu Yin finally arrived at White Bones Gorge. He looked at the cold valley in front of him and the white bones that covered the ground. This place made one's hair stand on end. Sharon was the master of this area. White Bones Gorge was filled with countless skeletons. Legend had it that on every full moon night the skeletons would dance. It could be a battle technique, a sacrifice, or an ordinary song and dance. No one knew why such a phenomenon would occur. However, White Bones Gorge was the only mysterious place in the Tao of Purgatory that had a definite time for such a phenomenon. Through Karen's memories, Lu Yin knew that the struggle for White Bones Gorge had been extremely intense. Even Frankfurt and the others had taken action, as well as other area masters from other academies. There had been no less than 10 people in total, and that battle had shocked all 10 academies. In the end, it had been the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, who had chased away everyone else. Only then had Sharon become the area master of White Bones Gorge. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to succeed. A lockbreaker's status was very high, but it did not mean that they were above everyone else. Furthermore, this was the trial zone where battles were fought. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and most of the people cultivating in White Bones Gorge were lockbreakers from the Astral Combat Academy. There weren't many of them, but they were all elites. Lu Yin's appearance quickly attracted the attention of White Bones Hollow, and when Sharon saw the smiling Lu Yin, his face darkened. He forced a smile. "Welcome to White Bones Hollow, Brother Lu." Lu Yin looked at Karen's fake smile and stepped forward enthusiastically. "Brother Sharon, I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could that be? When I found out that Brother Lu had joined Astral 10, I immediately announced that no one was allowed to attack you. Otherwise, I'd fight to the death," Sharon said, emphasizing the words "fight to the death," as if he had a deep grudge against Lu Yin. It was obvious that he wasn't just targeting the others, but also Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Sharon. By the way, my uncle asked me to send his regards." Karen's face twitched and he subconsciously grabbed Lu Yin's collar, but he quickly recovered and laughed dryly. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Is Uncle doing well? He's not dead, is he?" Lu Yin laughed and patted Karen's shoulder as well. "Of course, Uncle's doing well. The darkness is his blanket and the stars are his bed. When he's bored, he'll find a black hole to stroll around. It's very relaxing." Sharon stared into Lu Yin's eyes, trying to discern something, but unfortunately he couldn't. "Tell Uncle to take care of himself and don't get sucked away by a black hole. The universe is huge and it's not limited to the human domain," Sharon said through gritted teeth. There was still a smile on his face, but his expression was rather awkward. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly backed away. After everyone left, Sharon glared at Lu Yin and growled, "Kid, I'm warning you, don't spout nonsense. Otherwise I'll show you how terrifying it is to offend a genius lockbreaker. Even if you hide in Astral 10, it'll be useless." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Is that so? Are you saying that you can still be a genius lockbreaker after those letters are made public?" Sharon was furious. "All right, I'm not interested in your trivial matters." Lu Yin pushed Sharon aside and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Although you've been unlucky in your relationship, as long as you cooperate, I won't do anything to you." Sharon snorted, feeling rather unhappy. He had been trapped and would never be able to take it off. Unless he dared to reveal his true feelings one day, he would forever be under Lu Yin's control. Lu Yin looked around and saw nothing but white bones. For some reason these bones gave him a sorrowful feeling. He could vaguely hear countless people shouting something in his ears, but they quickly disappeared. This place was very strange. Sharon, what did you comprehend here? Lu Yin asked curiously. Logically speaking, this question was very rude and could easily arouse hostility. After all, it was asking about someone else's secrets. However, Lu Yin already knew Karen's greatest secret, so he didn't care. Domain. Lu Yin was shocked. A domain was a power that could rival battle force and innate gifts. Zhou Xian's battle technique was similar to a domain, and the war spirit he had encountered before was also similar. When he had fused with Sharon, he had been pressed for time, so he had only been able to review a portion of Karen's memories. He only had a rough impression of Karen's battle memories, but he didn't know what a domain was like. Domains were very mysterious and only absolute powerhouses could comprehend them. They were able to control everything within a small area. That was what a domain was. Different from battle force, domains couldn't be explained clearly because everyone's domain was different. However, it was said that domain experts could clearly hear everything in their surroundings, increase their five senses, reduce the frequency of their heartbeat, blend into their surroundings, and even enhance certain peculiar powers. However, these were all just hearsay. The Rainmaster had given Lu Yin a chip that recorded an introduction to star energy. The first step was absorbing star energy, removing impurities, and then forming a physical form. After that, Lu Yin had grasped the realm of infinite changes. After that, he could integrate his own will and change the color of his star energy. The final step was a domain, a power that ruled supreme. The chip had only briefly mentioned a domain. Clearly, there were too few people who had grasped a domain. Perhaps it was even rarer than battle force, but every single one of them was an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin recalled Karen's unlocking of the sword-shaped source box. It was no wonder that he had been able to successfully unlock it with his familiarity with star energy. What's your domain like? Lu Yin asked curiously. Sharon looked up. Don't go too far. Lu Yin turned away and did not ask any further. This question had indeed gone too far. Sharon suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. Do you really want to know what my domain is like? Lu Yin turned around with a strange expression. Sure, we can spar. You can experience it for yourself, Sharon said, his lips unconsciously curling into a strange smile. It was obvious that he was not very friendly. Lu Yin wisely declined as he did not have a habit of being beaten. Although he wanted to spar with a domain expert, he could wait. There was no rush. He had his die, and the next time he rolled enhance he might be able to fuse with a domain expert. Sharon was disappointed. You don't have the heart to fight. Lu Yin ignored him. Compared to Zhang Dingtian, Schutz, and the others, his attitude towards cultivation was much worse. Judging by the time, Schutz should be here by now, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Sharon, is White Bones Hollow coming with me? Do you? Just don't bother me, Sharon said impatiently before turning around to leave. As he stepped on the endless skeletons, Lu Yin once again heard the cries, fanaticism, sorrow, despair, and all sorts of other emotions that covered the entire White Bones Hollow. He did not know if the others could hear them, but he did. This environment was not suitable for humans to live in, or else they would be driven mad. Lu Yin casually found a protruding valley and sat down, circulating the serious art as he waited for Schutz. 2 days passed and no one came looking for Lu Yin. Sharon had also left the trial zone, and the people who were training in White Bones Hollow were all separated from each other. Lu Yin did not see Schutz and he felt strange. He left the trial zone and appeared on the trial zone mountain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Schutz wiping his blade in the distance. You haven't gone in yet? Lu Yin was astonished. Schutz did not even turn around. I went in and I died. Lu Yin was speechless. That fast? Schutz stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, I appeared in the middle of a group of war spirits. What do you think? Lu Yin blinked. This was too unlucky. War spirits were all very strong and even he would be finished in a group of them. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he watched Schutz wiping his blade helplessly. Although the students of Astral 10 had all achieved 100 victories in the ported battles and were not weaker than the students of the other academies, they were only slightly stronger. Schütz, Coco and Zora were not much stronger than the students of the other academies at the same level, and they would easily lose against those with better innate gifts. Only a few of them could compete with the top powerhouses of the other academies. Bringing Schütz along to snatch the trial zone was not a good idea. His existence would not be of any help and they could easily die in the trial zone as well. He could not just wait around for them. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Of the 12 new students, only half of them could compete with the powerhouses of the other academies. Even Hui Day Knight was not qualified. After thinking through all of this, Lu Yin did not plan to invite Schütz to participate in the battle for the trial zone. However, he had already invited him. That would hurt his pride. It just so happened that Michelle entered the trial zone mountain. She was still as enchanting as ever, and her red eyes swept over Lu Yin and Schütz before she coldly walked towards the other side of the mountain. "Wait," Lu Yin called out. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin. "What is it?" Lu Yin stood up and walked over to her. He looked into her red eyes and asked seriously, "I want to snatch a trial zone. Are you interested in joining me?" "Not interested," Michelle replied bluntly. "What about battle force? Not interested as well?" Lu Yin asked. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin with bright red eyes. "Battle force." Lu Yin's lips curled up and he raised a hand, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. Michelle's eyes burned with passion. There was no one who did not want to comprehend battle force. Shiyu comprehended battle force. This sentence caused Michelle's mood to change drastically. She had replaced Shiyu in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and because of this matter, the two of them had fought to a draw. Michelle did not seem to care, but she had already acknowledged Shiyu as her opponent. She had thought that she could easily surpass Shiyu with her hard work during this period of time, but things would be different if Shiyu had battle force. Chapter 182. How do you know? Michelle's tone was cold and somewhat anxious. Lu Yin casually dispersed his battle force. "I was the one who helped her comprehend it in the second level of the Sand Ocean." Michelle stared at Lu Yin. "What are your conditions?" Lu Yin smiled. "Help me snatch a training ground." Michelle frowned. "You should know how terrifying an area master is. You've seen Frankfurt's strength." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone knew that he had been killed by Frankfurt, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. Unfortunately, Spear Mountain was not suitable for him, or else he would have snatched it this time. "Are you afraid?" Michelle coldly replied, "At worst I'll just die once. I don't mind." She then added seriously, "But I'll only help you once. I can't help you forever." "Sure, just once is enough." Lu Yin smiled. "Where are we going?" Michelle asked. Schütz looked over as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he answered, "The Tao of Purgatory, the Fathomless Pool." The Fathomless Pool was the smallest training ground in the Tao of Purgatory. The smallest only referred to its size, but it was actually very useful because it could help cultivators cultivate battle force. The deeper one went into the pool, the greater the pressure. Unfortunately, it was too small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time, which meant that there were not many students cultivating there. The other trial zones also had places that were suitable for cultivating battle force, but the Fathomless Pool was rather useless. Aside from Area Master Euro, almost no one else cultivated there. Lu Yin had chosen the Fathomless Pool for another reason. Euro was a good friend of Jared. Euro is the only area master in the Fathomless Pool, but he's very strong and has the innate gift of life. It's rumored that his battle force has reached the one-lined realm, so he won't be easy to deal with. "Who else did you find?" Michelle asked. Lu Yin looked at Schütz. Michelle frowned. This person was useless. "Can you cultivate battle force in the second level of the Sand Ocean?" Schütz suddenly asked. Lu Yin nodded. "That's where I grasped battle force." Schütz lowered his voice. "I can't help you snatch a training ground this time." Lu Yin sighed. Schütz wanted to, but he did not have the ability. "You want to go to the second level of the Sand Ocean?" Schütz nodded. "I'll help you after I comprehend battle force." He then walked out. Lu Yin frowned. The second layer of the Sand Ocean was no small matter. Even Shiyu had needed Lu Yin's help to survive the destructive winds. Schütz definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it with his current strength, but Lu Yin knew that there was no point in saying anything. Schutz had the heart of a powerhouse just like Zhang Dingtian. If you're looking for people like that, then forget it. Euro is a true expert at the level of an area master, and his innate talent is also very strong. He's not much easier to deal with than Frankfurt. The two of us are definitely not a match for him, Michelle said coldly. Don't look down on them. Who knows, they might even have battle force when they come out, Luin said. Michelle glanced to the side, obviously not taking it to heart. Although this girl's words were harsh, they were the truth. Currently the only people who could help Astral 10 in the face of an area master were the top few. Xia Luo, Silver, Dark Void and Lulu. Head 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool. Once I've gathered enough manpower, we'll start the fight, Luin said to Michelle. Michelle was puzzled. 20 miles north of the fathomless pool? Where is that? I don't know. You want me to go if you don't know? Why don't you pick a place that you're familiar with around the fathomless pool? Michelle was speechless and directly entered the trial zone mountain. I'll wait for you for 5 days at most. If you don't show up in 5 days, then the deal is over. You still have to help me comprehend battle force. Luin was helpless. She was really hard to please. After Michelle entered the trial zone, Luin circled around the trial zone mountain and found Xia Luo, Silver, Lulu and Dark Void. This was good as well since he didn't have to go out and look for them. Thinking about it, Luin sat at the entrance of the trial zone mountain and waited for them to wake up. Half a day later, someone woke up, but it wasn't those people. Instead it was Coco and Zora. The two were disciples of Windrift Hall, and there were experts from Windrift Hall in the trial zone. Although they weren't area masters, they had no problem protecting them. Windrift Hall had a good reputation in the Innerverse, and with Coco's kindness and cuteness, they had never been bullied in the Innerverse. Coco was very happy to see Luin. Brother Lu, it's been so long. Where have you been? Luin smiled. Out on a mission. Congratulations on your 100 victories in the ported battles, Coco. Coco stuck out her tongue. That's a terrible record. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. 100 victories is an improvement. Coco, which Tao are you in? Luin asked. We were in the Tao of Heaven. Next we'll go to the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Purgatory. Luin was envious. It was different to have a backer. If not for Sharon, he would have been hunted down no matter where he went. Coco, let's go. Mentor is waiting for us, Zora said, nodding at Luin. Luin watched the two leave. He didn't plan on summoning them. Although healing was important, it wasn't important in the trial zones. As long as they didn't die, they would recover quickly. With their current strength, they might even be weaker than Schutz when it came to fighting against an area master. Not long after, Dark Void woke up and glanced at Luin before coldly walking out of the trial zone mountain. Luin asked, Dark Void, are you interested in snatching a training ground from me? Not interested, Dark Void replied. He rarely spoke. I can help you comprehend battle force, and I can also let you cultivate in White Bones Hollow, Luin tempted. However, Dark Void remained unmoved. He stepped out of the trial zone mountain and disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Luin felt helpless. If it had been Hui Day Night, he would have just beaten him up, but he didn't know where to start with Dark Void. This person was like a rock and no one knew what he was thinking. As the academy's leader, he could supervise and judge the students within a reasonable range, but that was only if it was reasonable. Luin didn't think that forcing others to accompany him on a mission was reasonable. His failure to summon Dark Void didn't affect Lu Yin's state of mind. He didn't have much hope for Dark Void in the first place, and his focus was on the others. He had to succeed. Another day passed and it was Silver's turn. This smiling, fox-like person was hard to see through. During the freshman competition he had easily dealt with Hui Day Night, and that butterfly had been able to do so. The butterfly knife's trajectory was still incomprehensible to Luin. It wasn't very fast, but it had interrupted Hui Day Night's battle technique. It was a very strange attack. Luin would never forget Sirius's palm and the butterfly under the moonlight on Earth. The butterfly knife had clashed, and in that moment, their fates had intersected. Long time no see, student Lu, Silver beamed as he stretched. Luin didn't need to be polite with Silver. I want to snatch a training ground. Shall we go together? Silver rolled his eyes and smiled. Sure, I'll reluctantly help you with 30% of my strength. Luin sneered. I only need 20%. I can do that too, Silver smiled. This sort of meaningless conversation was pointless, so Lu Yin directly said, "Let's go to the Tao of Purgatory. I want to snatch the fathomless pool. Wait for me 20 kilometers north." 20 kilometers north? Where? Silver was puzzled. "I don't know, it's just a random place," Lu Yin said. Silver shrugged and sat down a few dozen meters away from Lu Yin. He closed his eyes and entered the trial zone once more. Lulu woke up quickly after Silver, and her eyes flashed when she saw Lu Yin. "Come, let's compete in strength again." "Sure, but you have to agree to one condition if you lose." Lulu was straightforward. "No problem." The two walked out of the trial zone mountain and appeared at the trial zone entrance. There were many ways to compete in strength, but for Lu Yin and Lulu, tug-of-war was the simplest. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with surprise as he held Lulu's soft, white hand once more. It felt different this time, and her hand had a bit more tenacity to it. How should he describe it? It was a very familiar strength. Was this strength battle force? Lu Yin suddenly raised his head and looked at Lulu in shock. Lulu grinned, making her already beautiful face even more radiant. "Come on, the Mavis family will not lose to anyone in terms of strength." Battle force surged out of her body, causing the void to distort. Lu Yin subconsciously used his own battle force, and the two forces intertwined and clashed against each other. In an instant, a terrifying force formed with the two at the center, and the ground suddenly sank as sparks appeared in the surrounding space. There was clearly no wind, but a current spiraled upwards and exploded 100 meters in the air, pressing down on the grass. Lulu's strength had increased by a lot, and she was now like a monster. However, Lu Yin was even more terrifying. He still didn't know the limits of his body, but he had been able to withstand the whirlpool that had torn apart Gus and the others, who were close to an area master, for 2 seconds. This proved that his body's toughness had even surpassed that of an area master. Area masters were ranked in the top 10 of their respective academies, which showed just how terrifying their bodies were. Furthermore, Lu Yin's body was still strengthening. Lulu had the innate gift of the Mavis family, and she was constantly increasing her strength. Lu Yin was the same. Ever since that seal had been broken, his body's innate gift had shocked even the Sandmaster and the others. Lulu's eyes widened and she stared at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. She had already done her best, but she still couldn't beat him. Their battle force was about the same, and Lulu's was even slightly stronger. After all, she had been training with the Sandmaster for almost 4 months. Even so, she still couldn't beat Lu Yin with her battle force, and she was slowly being pulled away by him. Suddenly, the two were repelled without any warning. In the distance, the trial master was displeased. "How many times have I told you not to destroy the grass? Don't fight here." The two shook off their palms and looked at each other as if they were looking at a monster. "I lost." "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Lulu asked straightforwardly. Lu Yin replied, "I want to snatch the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool. Help me." Lulu was shocked, but then she grew excited. "You want to snatch a training ground? That's great, I've wanted to snatch one for a long time. The fathomless pool? That's fine. I heard that it's a good place to cultivate battle force." Michelle, Silver, Lulu and Lu Yin made for a total of 4 people. They were still missing Xiaoluo. Lu Yin had never underestimated any area master, and he was confident that he wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle. However, it was almost impossible for him to win. He would have to work together to snatch a training ground. Chapter 183. At the same time on the Sand Ocean, Big Pow and Little Pow were facing the Sandmaster with serious expressions. "Have you really decided? This is no joke. With your strength it will be very difficult to win." "It's almost impossible," the Sandmaster said in a low voice. Little Pow was resolute. "Mender, we've decided. We're orphans who were adopted by Astral 10, and Astral 10 is our home. How can we let juniors who haven't even been in school for a year bear the responsibility?" Big Pow added, "Old Kai has already given Lu Yin a mission. As long as he completes it, we'll make a move. Even if we can't win, we have to find out the bottom line of their strength." The Sandmaster nodded. There are too many geniuses in the universe, and all of them like to disguise themselves, making it difficult for others to see their limits. It's good that the two of you are probing. This group of youths is not bad, and it might even be possible for you to bring Astral 10 back to the Innerverse in the future. The Sand Master then looked at the two seriously. But if you do that, you'll be completely exposed. The Astral Combat Tournament will definitely become a research target for the other academies. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other and smiled. It doesn't matter. We've thought it through. In the Innerverse, there was a sealed area in a tributary of the Astral River. This was where Astral 6 was located. In Astral 6, Frankfurt looked at Lu Ji with admiration. This is the first time I've seen a lock-breaking process up close. As expected of a genius lock-breaker. Lu Ji frowned. It's a pity that the sourcebox's contents have been destroyed by time, so I didn't get anything. It doesn't matter. It's good that I was able to unlock it. Frankfurt smiled. Lu Ji looked at Frankfurt. Senior, what do you think of Astral 10? Frankfurt was puzzled. Astral 10? The academy that was expelled. What's wrong? I just want to know more, Lu Ji replied. She had not forgotten the shock that Astral 10 had given her. Xiao Luo, Dark Void, Silver and Lu Yin had all been extraordinary. Frankfurt thought about it and laughed. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that the students there have some background. The Day-Night Clan, the Mavis Clan, Windrift Hall and so on. Oh right, there's also the Lockbreaker Society behind them. Who? Lu Ji was puzzled. The first people she thought of were Xiao Luo and Lu Yin, both of whom were lockbreakers. I think he's called Lu Yin, Frankfurt said as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He was no stranger to this name. Back then he had wanted to befriend Jared and kill Lu Yin with a single shot. Afterward, the people from the Blaze realm had spread the news, and Frankfurt had been pushed to the opposite side of Lu Yin. However, it did not matter since Lu Yin was just an Outerverse student. Lu Ji was not surprised, as Lu Yin was a member of the Lockbreaker Society, so it was normal for him to have such a background. She did not know that Lu Yin had never revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, and neither did Frankfurt know that the Outerverse student who had been pushed into opposing him was actually a lockbreaker with contributions. It was already 2 days later when Xiao Luo woke up from the Trial Zone mountain. There were still 2 days left before the 5-day deadline that Michelle had agreed upon. Xiao Luo was surprised to see him. You're back. Lu Yin replied, Brother Xia, I want to snatch a training ground. Please help me out. Xiao Luo muttered, Who else? Michelle Silver Lulu, come with me, Lu Yin said. Xiao Luo nodded. All right, when? Right now, let's gather 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool, Lu Yin said. Xiao Luo opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Yin immediately cut him off. I don't know where that is either. I just said it randomly. Xiao Luo smiled warmly and entered the trial zone once more. Where there were people, there would be news, and where there was news, there would be reporters. Wu De was a reporter, and he had aspired to become the greatest reporter under the heavens ever since he was young. To achieve this goal, he had worked hard for a long time and finally managed to enter the Astral Combat Academy with his innate gift. Everything had been perfect, but after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Wu De realized that he had been overthinking things. He wanted to report on the news, but what was the biggest news in the Astral Combat Academy? Of course, it was not entertainment gossip or unpopular weekly magazines. It was a battle between powerhouses, but could such a battle be reported? The answer was no, as no one wanted others to know everything about them, and no one wanted their battle techniques to be known by everyone, especially as the Astral Combat Tournament was approaching. This was why Wu De had tragically discovered that everything was just a fantasy. He had once reported on a battle between 2 powerhouses, and he had even described the details of the battle in great detail. After that, he had been hunted down for an entire month. However, Wu De did not give up. He had even established the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper in order to fulfill his dream. Although he was the only one reporting on it, he would not give up. Since he could not report in the real world, Wu De decided to set his sights on the trial zones. This place was also filled with battles, and it did not matter if he was hunted down. At worst, he would die once. The only downside was that he could not record any videos and no external objects could enter this place. But that was fine, as Wu De was very confident in his own judgment. He could use a short description of a unique battle without any problems. On this day, Wu De arrived at the Tao of Purgatory and recalled the recent news that had been published in the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper. In particular, the news about Blackwater Lake had attracted a lot of attention. Yu Xianxi's inheritance had shocked countless people, and his newspaper sales had skyrocketed. Although he was being hunted down by the Frost Moon sect, it did not matter. It was just a small matter and he could handle it. Most importantly, he had received sponsorship from an internet company called Starlink. To Wuda, sponsorship was a small matter. What he cared about the most was being recognized. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a great reporter. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wuda stood in place and looked at the darkness before him. He muttered to himself for a while before running off in a certain direction. His gossipy soul had a premonition that there would be news in that direction. The fathomless pool was an unremarkable pool of water that was similarly black. If not for the fact that it was so far away from Blackwater Lake, some people would have even guessed that it was connected to Blackwater Lake. 20 kilometers north of the fathomless pool, Michelle and the other two sat calmly on a large black tree. In the distance there was a group of wandering war spirits. The gathering place that Lu Yin had casually mentioned was actually a gathering place for war spirits. When Lu Yin appeared and saw the group of war spirits, he was a little stunned. "You sure know how to pick a place," Michelle commented coldly. Lu Yin felt awkward. "Lower your voice. Don't be discovered. This is a group of war spirits." Michelle snorted but did not say anything. A few hours later, Xiao Luo arrived and looked at the group of war spirits in astonishment. "This is a good place for a spirit hunter." "No spirit hunter would dare to attack this place," Lulu said. Xiao Luo shook his head. "You don't understand the desire of a true spirit hunter for war spirits. These war spirits should have only gathered here recently, or else they would have been targeted by a spirit hunter long ago." "Why do spirit hunters hunt war spirits?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "I don't know, but apparently it has something to do with an ancient inheritance," Xiao Luo answered. "Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the fathomless pool," Michelle said before heading towards the pool. The five of them quickly arrived at the fathomless pool. The fathomless pool was located in a valley, and it had been a coincidence that they had first discovered it. At this moment there was only one person there. Euro, one of the only 3 area masters of Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory's training grounds were Spear Mountain, Blackwater Lake, the Fathomless Pool, White Bones Gorge and the Sky Platform. 4 of them were occupied by Astral 6, and only Blackwater Lake had been taken by the Frost Moon sect. Every academy had about the same number of area masters because these training grounds were very rare. Lu Yin had also considered this factor when he had decided to take the Fathomless Pool. If he tried to take any of the training grounds, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses of the academy that had occupied it, or even the Realm Master himself. Only the Tao of Purgatory would not be affected because Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, and so was Realm Master Dao Bo. Attack. Lu Yin barked before charging towards the fathomless pool without any warning. This was a trial zone where the strong were respected and there was no reason to speak of. A few meters away from the fathomless pool, a bare-chested man with disheveled hair suddenly looked in Lu Yin's direction. When he saw Lu Yin charging towards him, his eyes turned cold. "You don't know what's good for you." He then extended his right palm, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. The stream of energy then transformed into visible veins that covered his entire body. Lu Yin raised his palm and unleashed the Sky Beast Claw. There was a bestial roar as the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw slammed towards Euro. With a bang, the Sky Beast Claw was easily torn apart. Euro then grabbed at Lu Yin, the star energy in his palm taking the form of a flame. The scorching heat instantly swept through the ground and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin retreated as a silvery white radiance flitted past him. The butterfly blade flickered as the star energy in Euro's palm pressed down in an attempt to incinerate the butterfly. However, he was unable to do so. Surprise flashed through his eyes as he changed the direction of his palm and slammed it towards the ground. At the same time, his battle force surged and forced Silver to retreat. Lulu shouted from above and smashed down with a fist. Euro's eyes narrowed as he dodged once again. The ground was smashed apart by the fist and the entire valley cracked apart, giving Euro a fright. "Don't run!" Lulu shouted as she lashed out with her leg. Her leg was slender yet powerful and it looked like it could be broken easily. However, Euro did not dare to underestimate her after witnessing her previous punch. He raised his leg to meet hers and both of them simultaneously released their battle force. Euro and Lulu retreated at the same time. Euro was shocked. Where had these freaks come from? They were all close to being an area master. Could it be that the other academies were trying to steal the Tao of Purgatory? The mentors of Astral 10 had carefully taught them for nearly 4 months, and their strength had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as they had been during the new cadet competition. Even Lu Yin was surprised by this. Furthermore, they were all geniuses who could challenge those above their realms. It could be said that the speed at which these people were learning in Astral 10 was equivalent to several years of progress for students from other academies. After all, the other academies did not have any mentors to specially teach them. They had been extremely lucky to be able to enter Astral 10. "Who are you people?" Euro asked sternly. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. A red lotus arrow had shot into the ground, causing his pupils to shrink as he turned to look into the distance. Was that the red lotus witch Bao Senior Mira? No, if it was Senior Mira, then he would be finished. That woman was Senior Myra's younger sister, Michelle. This meant that these people were from Astral 10. Chapter 184. Lu Yin used flash to appear in front of Euro. "I'm sorry, but please give up the fathomless pool." He then struck out with his palm, causing stars to appear and battle force to revolve around his palm. Euro's expression changed and he raised his arms in front of him to block the attack. There was a thump as his entire body was smashed into the mountain wall and then into the ground, causing intense pain in his arms. Euro gritted his teeth in anger. Another battle force powerhouse. How did Astral 10 have so many freaks? Suddenly, a black shadow covered the sky as another palm pressed down. This time it was not Lu Yin but Xiao Luo. Euro growled and raised his palm. He used the Blaze Realm's battle technique, Heaven-Burning Sea of Flames. Star energy transformed into flames that enveloped Xiao Luo and everything within a kilometer of him. The flames even burned down the valley in an attempt to injure Xiao Luo. However, his palm inexplicably dissipated when it neared Xiao Luo. His star energy had been dissolved. If this had been someone from another academy, they would have been stunned, but Euro was not. He was a student of Astral 6, which had gathered almost all of the Astral Combat Academy's lockbreakers. He was very familiar with this scene as it was a lockbreaker's ability to dissolve star energy. There was actually a lockbreaker among these people. Euro was once again smashed into the ground. The 5 continued to attack. Even though Euro was a picometer, it would still be difficult for any area master to withstand their attacks. It was already impressive that Euro was still alive. Lu Yin and the rest stood quietly as they looked at the ground. Euro had the innate gift of being a shiki, and his true strength had only just begun to show. The shiki was an astral beast with red fur that resembled a fox. Its entire body was covered in flames, and it had a third eye on its forehead that could shoot out extremely high temperatures. It was a very powerful astral beast. There was a sharp hiss as the ground shattered and flames surged out from the cracks. Euro's hair was disheveled as he charged out of the ground. Behind him was a phantom of a shiki. "You Astral 10 trash, I'm going to slaughter you." With a loud roar, Euro's one-lined battle force became even more obvious as he charged towards Lu Yin. He recognized this person as the one who had said that he wanted to steal the training grounds. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and it was still serious as palm. 9 stars revolved and wrapped themselves in battle force as they collided with Euro. As their battle force collided, shockwaves swept across the land and spread into the distance, tearing apart the black earth. More than 10 kilometers away, Wuda looked ahead in shock. A crack had appeared under his feet. His eyes were filled with excitement. There was a great battle ahead. Thinking about it, he immediately rushed over. Bung! The ground crumbled as Lu Yin and Euro were pressed into the ground. Lu Yin's battle force was a level lower than Euro's, but Sirius's palm had made up for it, and it was even stronger than Euro's. Euro's internal organs trembled and he forcefully suppressed his shock. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as the third eye of the Yuan-Chi phantom behind him stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he tried to use flash to evade the attack, but Euro grabbed onto him tightly. Just as the Yuan-Chi phantom shot out the red beam, the silvery white radiance flickered once more, but this time, it did not attack Euro. Instead, it slashed towards the red beam, causing its trajectory to shift by a few centimeters. The beam brushed past Lu Yin's forehead and shot into the ground, melting the black surface of the ground. Yuro was enraged and he raised a hand to slap Silver. Behind him another red lotus arrow shot out. This arrow was not only aimed at Yuro, but it also enveloped Silver. Silver did not retreat and he even took Yuro's attack head-on. He grabbed onto Yuro with a smile on his face. "Let's die together." Yuro's pupils shrank. This madman. The Yuan Qi phantom behind him turned around and shot out a red beam from its third eye to melt the red lotus arrow. It then raised a leg and kicked Silver away. At the same time, Lu Yin's palm slammed into Yuro's abdomen. Yuro's battle force was blocked by Yuro's own, but the shockwaves from the explosion of the 9 stars still heavily injured Yuro. Yuro's body was sent flying once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the ground. Xia Luo and Lulu appeared at the same time and attacked with all their strength. Blood flowed from Yuro's teeth, and he growled as the Yuan Qi phantom behind him exploded. The extreme heat distorted the void and caused it to crack open, forcing Xia Luo and Lulu to retreat. Yuro himself absorbed the extreme heat and his body began to burn with flames. His hands floated in the air as he created a fireball that evaporated the ground. Wuda had just arrived and he was shocked by the scene before him. He recognized this person as the area master of the bottomless pool Yuro. He was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 6, but he had been beaten so badly. "You don't have the right to kill me." Yuro roared as he raised the fireball with both hands and smashed it towards Xia Luo and Lulu. The fireball burned with an extremely high temperature that was condensed from Yuro's innate gift. It burned through the void, causing cracks to appear in space as it evaporated into a gaseous state. This was Yuro's full-strength attack, but what was even more terrifying was that there was even a trace of battle force wrapped around the fireball, causing it to be compressed even further. This attack could only be blocked by an area master. Wuda was shocked. This was an area master's full-strength attack. Xia Luo's gaze turned serious and he leapt up to face the fireball with a single palm. His arm moved in a random pattern as he immediately slowed down the fireball. At the same time he disintegrated the battle force that was wrapped around the fireball. He was also forced back 100 meters by the fireball, but this distance caused the fireball to shrink slightly. Yuro was shocked. Even a lockbreaker would not be able to disintegrate his attack so easily. This person was definitely not ordinary. Was he really someone from Astral 10? A green figure flashed before his eyes as Lulu appeared right in front of Yuro. She lifted her leg and stomped down. Yuro had used his full strength, so not only had his battle force been severely depleted, but his reaction speed had also slowed down. He was unable to dodge and could only raise his arms to block the attack. With a bang, the ground shattered once again. Yuro's entire body was smashed into the ground, and the valley around him crumbled. Wuda was almost buried, but he still watched this scene excitedly. A fight between area masters was very rare, and he had not expected to see another fight between area masters just a few days ago at Blackwater Lake. The moment that Yuro was pushed into the ground by Lulu, Silver appeared. Silver's butterfly blade flashed as it swept past Yuro, causing a bloody gash to appear on his neck. This blade was too fast, and even if Yuro had seen it coming he would not have been able to block it. Silver had completely seen through Yuro's weakness. At the same time, a beast roared through the void as a sky beast claw came crashing down. In the distance, a red lotus arrow shot out and crashed into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, Xia Luo had paid the price of retreating 300 meters to neutralize Yuro's fireball attack. The scene was silent as everyone looked down at the ground and sighed. Yuro definitely would not survive this, even if he was an area master. Although everyone was only a melder, they could challenge those above their realms, and this was not an ordinary battle. They were all freakish geniuses, and while they might not be an area master's match in a one-on-one fight, they could not be underestimated when they worked together. The Sand Master had once said that Astral 10 had recruited a group of true geniuses, and these people would be outstanding even in the other academies. At this moment, in a depression in Astral X's Trial Zone Mountain, Yuro opened his bloodshot eyes and roared, "Astral 10, Astral 10. Yuro's roar shocked many of the students on the Trial Zone Mountain, and they all looked up. There was an unwritten rule on the Trial Zone Mountain. The the stronger one was, the higher one's position would be. Only the strong could stand above the rest. Yuro was one of the strongest people in Astral 6, and he was second only to the Realm Master. He was ranked within the top 5 of Astral 6, so his position was naturally at the very top. Not far below Yuro, Gus rolled his eyes. That lunatic had given him a fright. He calculated the time and realized that he should have been able to enter, but he was unlucky to have died at Blackwater Lake. Outside the Valley of the Fathomless Pool, the group had already confirmed Yuro's death. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made the right choice in finding these people to work with, as they had not done much. If it had been Schutz, Coco or the others, he would have been the main attacker. Brother Lu, we've already seized the Fathomless Pool. What's next? Yuro definitely won't be satisfied, Xiao Luo said with a normal expression. Even when he had fought against Yuro, he had not expended much energy. The others all looked at Lu Yin. Generally speaking, seizing training grounds was an individual activity, and very few people would team up to do so. This was because even if an area master was defeated, they could still take revenge at any time. These people could not stay together forever, so it was meaningless. Lu Yin shrugged. Old Kai's mission was to seize it, not to defend it. If Yuro comes back, we'll just return it to him. Then our efforts will have been wasted, Silver said with a grin. Lulu snorted. There's no reason for me to give my things to others. Although Michelle did not say anything, her attitude was clear. She did not want to return it. They were all very proud. They had already seized it, and it would be embarrassing to return it. Since that's the case, there's only one way to go about it. Which one of you is willing? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Luo smiled. I can. I want to comprehend battle force anyway. It's a very useful power. Lulu raised her head. The Fathomless Pool suits me. I can stay too, Silver said with a smile. Michelle looked at Lu Yin indifferently. Fulfill your promise first. I'll report this to Old Kai first. Whoever wants to stay can stay. This is our territory, Lu Yin said with a wave of his hand before leaving the Tao of Purgatory. Michelle immediately left as well. Xiao Luo and the other two looked at each other and then walked towards the Fathomless Pool. That place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. In the distance, Wuda was very excited and kept muttering. He was reciting the words that he was about to publish and memorizing them without missing a single word. The news of the battle at the Fathomless Pool would definitely cause a sensation. After all, these people were all from Astral 10, and it was time to investigate their backgrounds. In Astral 10's treasury, Old Kai raised his brows. You seized the Fathomless Pool? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, I did. Old Kai grunted. All right, you've completed the mission. He then stared at Lu Yin. Kid, do you know why I gave you this mission? Lu Yin shook his head. The Astral Combat Tournament is not just about fighting. Aside from determining the strongest of the 10 academies, it also determines the rankings of the 10 academies, Old Kai explained slowly. When he saw that Lu Yin did not understand, he continued, the Astral Combat Academy is still an academy, not a purely combat organization. The most important thing for an academy is education, not just for one person but for a whole group. Only when there are enough powerhouses can an academy's education be successful. Are you saying that the Astral Combat Tournament requires all of us to work together? Lu Yin was astonished. Old Kai nodded. Of course. Even if you're recognized as the strongest of the 10 academies, you won't even be able to enter the finals without the help of the other students. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Chapter 185. The first round is called the 3 Academies Challenge. 3 academies will be randomly selected, and each academy will send one person to guard an area. All the other academies will be allowed to charge forward, and they are not allowed to use any battle techniques or innate gifts. As long as they can charge past the area that they are guarding, they will be able to proceed to the next round. If more than half of the total number of participants manage to charge past the area that they are guarding, then the 3 academies will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the competition, Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old Kai paused for a moment before continuing. The second round is called the Knocking on the Dragon's Door. It can also be called the Beating of the War Drums. The war drums signify the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, and each academy will send one person to guard the drums. Once all the participants from their respective academies arrive, they must sound the drums. Those who fail to sound the drums will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. The third round is called the paying respects to the ancestors. Similarly, each academy must send one student to guard the third round. Once the participants from their respective academies who passed the first 2 rounds arrive, they must light incense to pay respects to the ancestors of the 10 academies. Those who fail to light the incense will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. As for the 4th round, it's the drawing of lots to determine the true strongest of the 10 academies. Lu Yin answered seriously, "The war drums and incense to the ancestors aren't simple, right?" Old Kai laughed strangely. "Of course. The war drums are made from the skin of astral beasts, so it's not easy to sound them. One must at least comprehend battle force to be able to sound them." Lu Yin raised his brows. "What about the incense?" "Same. Those who haven't reached a certain level can't even touch it," Old Kai said. Lu Yin grew serious. "One seed, one knocking on the dragon's door and one paying respects to the ancestors. This means that each academy has eliminated at least the top 3, and 3 academies have eliminated the top 4. You can interpret it that way. That's why we're giving you the mission of snatching training grounds. Otherwise, how can you compete in the astral combat tournament when you don't even know who can do what?" Old Kai rolled his eyes. Lu Yin silently calculated that Astral 10's current lineup was enough. "Old Kai, what should I do now?" "Keep a low profile and bide your time. Don't let others see through you before the astral combat tournament. Right, maintain your battle force at all times, but don't let others detect it," Old Kai said. Lu Yin nodded. Battle force circled around his body, but he suppressed it to the surface of his body so that it could not penetrate his clothes. This way no one would be able to detect it. However, maintaining this form for a long time was too tiring. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Michelle was waiting for him not far away. "Should I help you comprehend battle force now?" Lu Yin asked. Michelle pondered for a moment. "Wait for me for a month. I'll see you in a month at the Sand Ocean." "Sounds good," Lu Yin agreed. He could go out and earn some crystals in a month. He hadn't rolled the die in a long time and he didn't have any money. Now he needed at least 100,000 crystals to roll the die. Otherwise, if he rolled possession, it would be a huge loss. Possession was a point that could transform him and he couldn't waste it. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire Astral Combat Academy. The Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool had been robbed, and the culprit was Astral 10. This news came from the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper, and the title was, "Astral 10's Glory Reappears, Snatching the Fathomless Pool." This article vividly described the battle between Euro and the students from Astral 10. The editor, Wu Da, used his experienced writing to describe the battle so vividly that it made the audience feel as if they had been there. More importantly, the introduction of the students from Astral 10 shocked many of the Astral Combat Academy's students. Xiao Luo, a new student from Astral 10, a new lockbreaker and a rising star. He easily dispelled an attack from Area Master Euro and set the stage for Euro's defeat. The author believes that without Xiao Luo, there would have been no victory in this battle. He was the one who dealt a decisive blow to Euro and received Euro's strongest attack. His strength is comparable to an Area Master's, but more importantly he is only a melder, a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Silver, a new student from Astral 10, a killer with a smile and a butterfly blade. His butterfly blade is strange and ever-changing, and he has injured Euro multiple times, making it impossible for him to dodge. In the end, he even decapitated Euro. His smile instills fear of death in others and his blade can slice through the void. The author even believes that he possesses the power of a domain. He was the one who restricted Euro's attacks and prevented him from casually attacking. This person is also a melder and yet another monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Lulu the Mavis. She has inherited the Mavis family's terrifying innate gift, and each of her attacks can split the heavens and the earth. She looks beautiful and delicate, but she possesses the strength of a war god. Euro was unable to withstand her heavy attacks, and she sent him crashing into the ground multiple times. She even pierced through a mountain wall. Euro was helpless against her existence, but what was even more shocking was that she possessed battle force, which made her incomparably powerful. This person is still a melder and is also a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Red Lotus, the Red Lotus Witch. She is the younger sister of the Red Lotus Witch Bao, and an exception was made for her to join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder. She has a charming appearance, but she has a cold heart. Her red lotus arrows can pierce through the void, and every step that Yuro took was precisely calculated by her. In the end, she dealt a decisive blow to Yuro. She is the goddess of this author's heart. She has a perfect appearance, and it is worth mentioning that she is also a melder. Too many geniuses have been buried in Astral 10. What a pity. Lu Yin, the rumored leader of Astral 10. He defeated Phoenix, a powerhouse on the Blaze Realm's smelting list, and was the one who teased Shiyu. His strength is not bad, but he did not display any decisive power in his battle with Yuro. This author believes that he might be a smokescreen from Astral 10. Fog Bullet. In order to hide the existence of the others, if we use his performance in his battle with Yuro as a benchmark, then this person might not even be able to enter Astral 10's top 5. Of course, his strength is not too bad either, and he can compete with the average student from the other academies. However, compared to his previous battle results, his current performance is too lacking. This author believes that the credibility of his previous battle results needs to be reconfirmed. This was Wu Da's introduction of the battle at the Fathomless Pool. This introduction had thoroughly boosted Astral 10's popularity, and Xia Luo, Silver, Lulu and Michelle were all exposed to the eyes of everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Of course, Wu Da had also learned his lesson and did not go into detail about their battle characteristics. However, his description of the battle was exceptionally brilliant, and many students treated it like a novel. Unfortunately, when Wu Da appeared, the battle was already about to end. Thus, the first half of the battle had been fabricated by him, and he did not see Lu Yin and Yuro fight. His introduction of Xia Luo and the others was also exaggerated, but that was not important. What was important was that the news had become popular. Regardless of whether it was entertainment gossip or battle news, there would always be a difference in quality. For example, Xia Luo and the other 3 had been highly praised by Wu Da, but he had only dropped Lu Yin in order to gain some attention. In Wu Da's eyes, Lu Yin was indeed not worth reporting. His Sky Beast Claw was not that strong, and Wu Da did not even have the desire to investigate Lu Yin. He believed that his guess was correct, and that Lu Yin had been released by Astral 10 to mislead the other academies. Otherwise, how could a mere Astral 10 have such a terrifying powerhouse that could suppress Xia Luo and the others? In Astral 2, Lu Tang read the news with interest. Not bad, Astral 10 was able to defeat Yuro. Although they teamed up, they were all melders, so they have some strength. However, is this Lu Yin the genius lockbreaker that she was talking about? Why didn't she mention his identity as a lockbreaker? In Astral 6, Sharon laughed heartily. He could not do anything to Lu Yin, but when he saw the news belittling Lu Yin, he felt very happy. Very good, this news has a bright future. Lu Ji stared at the news with a frown. She recognized Xia Luo and Silver among the names mentioned, so the reviews were quite pertinent. However, the introduction of Lu Yin was a little biased. She had not expected this guy to be Astral 10's leader, but why had they not reported that he had become a lockbreaker? Furthermore, he was a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. This Han Li's Wuxia adventures. Editor was irresponsible. As for Lu Yin's strength, Lu Ji could not really evaluate it. Perhaps Astral 10 really had released him to mislead the other academies. In her mind, the most terrifying people were the smiling Silver and the black-haired man. In Astral 8, Craner slammed the news shut. That bastard Wu Da, don't let me see this. He actually dared to say that Lu Yin's battle results were not credible. Craner had been completely crushed by Lu Yin. That person's strength was definitely not simple. In Astral 10, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the other students also saw the news and were pleasantly surprised that Astral 10 had become famous once again. Michelle frowned as she had not expected that someone else had seen that battle. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had been severely underestimated. If he had not exhausted Yuro's battle force, that battle would not have been so easy. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been the one who had caused Yuro's first injury, and he had not been injured until the end. She had even guessed that he could fight against an area master, but he had been demoted to such a low level. Did that person not see the first half of the battle? At this moment Yuro was in a very bad mood. The news had described him as a villain, and he had sworn to hunt down that bastard called Wuda. He scanned the news again and finally stopped at the report on Lu Yin. Others might not know, but he was well aware of the trouble this person had caused him. His battle force had not been able to harm this person, and this person also had battle force. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and the palm strike that had severely injured him had left a deep impression on Yuro. How could Lu Yin be so weak? This Wuda must be blind. Yuro closed the news and decided to take revenge. He wanted to snatch back the fathomless pool. As he thought about it, he endured the pain in his head and entered the trial zone. While the students of the Astral Combat Academy were discussing the news, Lu Yin had already left Astral 10 and appeared in outer space. He had also seen the news and smiled. He had originally wanted to spend some time in peace, but he had not expected Wuda to help him. Now, even if Lu Yin announced that he had become the student leader through his own strength, no one would believe him. However, the evaluation of Xiao Luo and the others was still quite accurate. Wuda himself had thought that it was exaggerated, but Lu Yin felt that it was not enough. He had always felt that Xiao Luo and Silver had been hiding something. At the very least, Lu Yin had not seen the battle techniques that they were proficient in. Chapter 186. In the Tao of Purgatory, Yuro appeared outside the fathomless pool. He had arrived secretly. Because of the newspaper, this place had attracted the attention of many students. If he was discovered, he would definitely attract attention, but he did not want to be noticed before he could take back the fathomless pool. Xiao Luo and Silver were not far from the fathomless pool, but Lulu had already dived in. Yuro's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the two of them. These two were not easy to deal with. Although Wuda had exaggerated his battle with the five of them, it had not been exaggerated by much. These two were indeed very strong. Yuro left the Tao of Purgatory and went to find Frankfurt. You want my help? Frankfurt was surprised. Yuro's face darkened. If those people from Astral 10 join forces, I won't be able to handle them alone. Frankfurt could not help but laugh. That's not easy. Could it be that the report is true? Did those melders beat you up so badly that you lost your temper? Yuro's eyes darkened. I'll tell you the truth. They aren't my match in a one-on-one fight, but if they join forces, even you will die without a doubt. Frankfurt was disdainful. Out of all the area masters in Astral 6, Yuro was at the bottom, followed by Sharon, who was second only to Realm Master Dao Bo. If I ask for your help, I'll naturally pay the price. Just tell me if you're going to help or not, Yuro said impatiently. Frankfurt sighed. Sorry, I don't want to cause internal strife in Astral 6. What do you mean? Yuro was furious. Frankfurt looked at Yuro. Don't tell me you haven't heard that one of the 5 people who attacked you is called Lu Yin. His backer is Sharon. If I make a move, Sharon won't just stand by and watch. Yuro was shocked. He had not heard of this since he had been cultivating in the fathomless pool all this time. Why would Sharon help him? I don't know about that. Or you can ask Jared. Aren't you on good terms with the Blaze Realm? Even your battle techniques are from the Blaze Realm, Frankfurt said. Yuro had left and Frankfurt had made it clear that he would not help. There was no need for Yuro to ask for help anymore. Did he really have to go to the Blaze Realm? Although he had a good relationship with the Blaze Realm, they were on equal footing. If he asked Jared for help because of this matter, then it would be troublesome in the future. After thinking about it for a long time, Yuro finally decided to ask Jared for help. The fathomless pool was very important to him and the Astral Combat Tournament was just around the corner. He hoped to obtain a good ranking and become famous throughout the universe. Before long, Jared appeared near the sky platform in the Tao of Purgatory. This was where he had left the Tao of Purgatory. Gazing at the sky platform in the distance, Jared had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then he had wanted to compete for the sky platform as well, but he had been powerless against Dao Bo. The person who occupied the sky platform was the Realm Lord. Jared didn't want to be a domain lord. His goal was to become a Realm Lord. However, whether it was Dao Bo of the Tao of Purgatory or Feng Shang of the Tao of Illusion, they were both terrifying beyond imagination. He could only watch them from afar. Sooner or later I'll become a Realm Master, Jared muttered to himself before looking into the distance and walking away. He was going to the fathomless pool to accept Euro's invitation and help him teach those people from Astral 10 a lesson. Because of Lu Yin, the Blaze Realm had banned all of Astral 10's students. However, he had not expected that each one of them would have such a powerful background. Now he had no choice but to take action personally. The Blaze Realm was not afraid of trouble. Suddenly, Jared stopped and stared in front of him. A man was leaning against a black tree trunk with a smile on his face. Jared narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists before lowering them again. Dao Bo, Realm Master. The person in front of Jared was Astral SX's strongest student, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory, Dao Bo. He was also recognized by the Lockbreaker Society as a genius, a lockbreaker who far surpassed Sharon. He was also a monster who had once defeated Mira, who had yet to break through to the Explorer realm. Dao Bo's hair was silver gray and his appearance was ordinary. At first glance he didn't attract much attention, but this person had beaten all of Astral SX's students into submission. No one dared to resist and Jared couldn't help but feel fear. This person was a true monster. He could have broken through to become an explorer and left the Astral Combat Academy, but he had chosen not to. Most of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters were like this. Only this kind of person could make Jared despair, and he would never step into the Tao of Purgatory unless he had no other choice. Jared, long time no see. Dao Bo leaned against the tree trunk, smiling as he stared at Jared. He seemed harmless, but in Jared's eyes, this person was a monster who could kill him at any time. Realm Master Dao Bo, long time no see. Jared's voice was hoarse. Dao Bo's smile remained. Why have you come to the Tao of Purgatory? I've been invited by a friend to help. Dao Bo looked up. Euro? Yes. Jared didn't deny it. Go back. There's no place for you here, Dao Bo said domineeringly. Jared's eyes narrowed. The Astral Combat Academy's rules state that anyone has the right to set foot in other trial zones, and they aren't under the Realm Master's jurisdiction. Realm Master Dao Bo, I have the right to enter the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo looked at Jared. Of course, rules are rules. Of course you can enter, but I can also kill you on the spot. When he heard this, Jared's pupils shrank and he clenched his fists as he stared straight at Dao Bo. Dao Bo didn't seem to care at all, as if killing an area master was an easy matter for him. After a while, Jared deflated. I understand. As long as Realm Master Dao Bo is in the Tao of Purgatory, I, Jared, will never come back. He then left the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo's smile faded and his gaze turned cold. How can someone from my society be bullied by someone like you? You piece of trash. Just as Jared left the Tao of Purgatory, a shocking event occurred in the Astral Combat Academy. The impact of this event far surpassed that of the Fathomless Pool. Astral 10's Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. Realm Masters were a group of people who looked down on everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Even a genius from the Blaze Realm like Jared could only retreat in front of a Realm Master. Any Realm Master was someone who had emerged from the ranks of geniuses of the same generation and was looked up to by countless people. Any Realm Master who broke through to the Explorer Realm and left the Astral Combat Academy could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council, and they could even make their own decisions to a certain extent. This was the power of a Realm Master, an existence who could speak with the 10 Arbiters. The Tao of Heaven had the ocean of death and anything that fell into it would sink. No one could walk on it and even birds would find it difficult to cross. Only extremely powerful beings could cross it. It was rumored that on the other side of the ocean of death, there was an island where the skeletons of countless powerful beings were buried. There was also an ancient inheritance there, but rumors were just rumors. No one could verify them as no one had ever set foot on that island. Even the 10 Arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. The ocean of death was the Tao of Heaven's largest training ground, and it was also where the Realm Master resided. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered on the shore of the ocean of death, all of whom were students who had entered the Tao of Heaven. All of them looked at the shore in shock as if they were dreaming. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed. Boom! The shore trembled once more as Big Pow leapt up. His eyes were cold and he looked completely different from his usual self. He had an ancient spear on his shoulder and he growled at the shore. The The spear shot out countless bullets that emitted hot steam towards the shore, tearing the void apart as the rain of bullets shattered the ground. The shore caved in and the ocean of death seawater flooded over. Little Pao also leapt up and raised his palm. Black lines that resembled flames appeared on his palm and spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm that pressed down on the shore. It slammed into the shore and left a giant black palm imprint on the shore. This was Little Pao's battle technique, the Black Inferno Palm. The shore of the ocean of death was silent as more and more students appeared and stared at the scene in shock. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed by 2 of Astral Ten's trash. It was rumored that the other academies had refused to accept those 2 because of their poor aptitudes. But what the hell was this? How could poor aptitudes suppress a Realm Master? High up in the sky, Big Pao and Little Pao stared at each other. Was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master really being suppressed? Was it really that easy? Realm Masters were all monsters, and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master was not alone. He came from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, one of the Immerse 8 great flow zones. His tamed beast was the Azure Dragon, which had yet to appear. A gust of wind blew past, causing the waves of the ocean of death to sweep towards the shore. Everyone stared at the waves as a figure slowly stood up, bent over and coughed a few times. As the waves receded, the figure straightened up, revealing a rough and powerful face. He grinned at the sky. This person was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang was the name of the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He would not change it, nor did he want to. I can't figure out how to hide your strength. You 2 clearly have such great strength, so why did you hide it until now? Kuang Wang raised his head and stared at Big Pao and Little Pao with excitement in his eyes. Big Pao and Little Pao landed on the shore. It's just our personalities. Then why did you reveal yourself now? Kuang Wang was curious. Little Pao shrugged. Our juniors have already caused such a huge commotion. As seniors, how can we not step forward? We have to tell everyone that Astral 10 is not without people. If anyone dares to stretch out their claws, we'll chop off their claws. Little Pao's words made one of the spectators' faces turn ugly. He was from the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm was Astral 10's greatest enemy. Ha ha ha. Kuang Wang laughed. Well said. I like it. Just because of what you've said, I'll show you the difference between a Realm Master and a normal student like you today. He then raised his arm and everyone stared at the tattoo on his arm. It was an Azure Dragon. Those from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone would seal their tamed beasts within their bodies, and Kuang Wang was currently taming an Azure Dragon. A resonant dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and everyone's hearts trembled. The Azure Dragon's appearance shocked everyone, and even the void seemed to freeze for a moment. On the shore, the tattoo on Kuang Wang's arm gradually expanded, transforming into an Azure Dragon that was 100 meters long. Its appearance was similar to a Sylvan Dragon, but it did not have a tumor on its tail. Its entire body was silver gray, and it looked much more imposing than a Sylvan Dragon. This was an Azure Dragon. Many people retreated as they stared at this scene in fear. Azure Dragons were a type of astral beast, and they were powerful creatures that could not be faced by normal people. In the entire Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, only the freaks from the Divine Grade Hall could tame such creatures, and Kuang Wang was from the Divine Grade Hall. Chapter 187. Big Pao and Little Pao's faces turned serious. They had already investigated Kuang Wang and naturally knew of the Azure Dragon's existence. However, when faced with this colossus in front of them, they could not help but feel shocked. The Azure Dragon rose into the sky and circled above the shore. Its enormous eyes stared at Big Pao and Little Pao as the sunlight cast its shadow over them. As Kuang Wang pressed down with his finger, the Azure Dragon roared and swung its tail at the two. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they subconsciously retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Big Pao and Little Pao both retreated at the same time. A huge crack appeared on the shore as the waters of the ocean of death flooded the area. The Azure Dragon brandished its claws, and the wind in the void condensed into a terrifying blade that slashed at the two. The blade instantly tore through space as if it was made of paper. Big Pao raised his spear and fired at the Azure Dragon. Countless bullets rained down on the Azure Dragon's body, causing it to roar. Despite facing Big Pao's attacks, the Azure Dragon's body remained unaffected. Kuang Wang laughed. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there are less than 20 people who can injure the Azure Dragon. This is a realm master. Do you understand now? Big Pao was still unwilling to give up and continued to attack the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was enraged by his attacks and slammed down, causing the entire shore to tremble. At that moment, Little Pao appeared above Kuang Wang's head. He raised his palm and a black flaming palm pressed down. This was their strategy. One person would delay the Azure Dragon while the other dealt with Kuang Wang. Of the 9 realm masters, only Kuang Wang was from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. The Beast Tamer's flow zone's main power lay in their tamed beasts, so as long as they could delay their opponents, defeating them would not be impossible. The Azure Dragon accounted for more than half of Kuang Wang's strength, and Little Pao was confident that he could defeat the current Kuang Wang. At this moment, the spectating students understood that one person was delaying the Azure Dragon while the other was defeating Kuang Wang. These two from Astral 10 had come prepared. More importantly, Little Pao had been hiding his true strength all this while. When the black flaming palm landed, black lines appeared on his body. This was Battle Force, 2-line Battle Force. It was on the same level as Frankfurt's Battle Force. Bang! Kuang Wang was once again slammed into the shore by the black blaze palm. Little Pao rushed down and punched out. Little Pao, be careful! Big Pao suddenly shouted. Little Pao's expression changed as he subconsciously switched from offense to defense. He raised both arms in front of him to block, but in the next second his entire body was struck by an enormous force. His 2-lined battle force was immediately shattered, and the sound of his arms breaking could be heard. Little Pao's pupils shrank, and through the smoke and dust he saw Kuang Wang's cold smile and the purple stripes on his black battle force. It was 3-lined battle force. Little Pao had never thought that Kuang Wang had actually cultivated 3-line battle force, and no one in the entire Astral Combat Academy knew about this. Little Pao had been thrown into the ocean of death by a terrifying force that he could not dispel. No living person could cross the ocean of death, and falling into the ocean of death meant certain death. Big Pao's face paled, and he used the Azure Dragon's sharp claws to retreat 100 meters away. He looked at Kuang Wang in shock. It wasn't just him. Everyone was staring at Kuang Wang in shock. When had the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master managed to cultivate 3-line battle force? Kuang Wang slowly floated into the air, and the purple stripes on his black battle force dazzled everyone's eyes and sent a chill down their spines. This was a Realm Master, a terrifying powerhouse that far surpassed an Area Master. He was a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a freakish genius who had the qualifications to meet with the 10 arbiters. They did not know how powerful the other Realm Masters were, but the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master in front of them made them feel despair. He had an invincible Azure Dragon and his own 3-lined battle force. Who could defeat such a combination? Big Pao and Little Pao were already very strong, and they were at the peak of the Area Master level. However, even if they worked together, they still could not defeat a Realm Master. Kuang Wang looked at Big Pao and praised, "You guys are not bad. I don't like to hide my strength, but it's a pity that everyone in Astral 5 is trash. No one was able to force me to use my true strength, but you guys did. Astral 10 is not bad." Big Pao bitterly replied, "I've heard that Realm Masters are all monsters, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Also, is this really your bottom line?" Kuang Wang laughed. "Prove it yourself if you have the ability. You guys are still too weak." He then waved his hand, and the Azure Dragon roared as its claws pierced through Big Pao's body. At this point, Big Pao and Little Pao were both dead. They could not defeat a Realm Master. However, no one dared to underestimate them. There were very few people in the Astral Combat Academy who could fight a Realm Master to this extent. At Euro's level, even if there were 3 or 4 of them working together, they would not be able to shake Kuang Wang in the slightest, let alone 2. This was something that everyone understood. Astral 10's 2 publicly acknowledged trash were strong enough to compete with the most powerful Area Masters. Astral 10 was not without talent. The dark sky was always beautiful. Meteorites streaked past him as Lu Yin held onto the giant emperor's third eye and looked away from the sky. He had been like this ever since he had left Astral 10. Battle force enveloped his body as he used the giant emperor's third eye to observe the sky. He could cultivate his battle force and also simulate the stars. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and it had even stabilized. The universe that he could see now was completely different from what others could see. He was confident that if he continued to lock break in this state, his chances of success would be very high. This time he was going to the Dark Mist Weave to complete his lock-breaking mission. Since he had a month of free time, it would be good if he could improve his lock-breaking skills. The person who had surprised Lu Yin the most during his battle with Yuro was Xiao Luo, as he had actually been able to neutralize Yuro's attack. Xiao Luo's control over star energy had definitely surpassed Lu Yin's own. It was impossible for Xiao Luo to comprehend a domain, but Xiao Luo was very close to it. Xiao Luo's innate gift was extremely high, as Lu Yin had only been able to control his star energy to the realm of infinite changes after fusing with delay. Right in front of Lu Yin, a medium-sized spacecraft was slowly cruising along. There were hundreds of people on board, most of whom were seekers with weapons in hand. There were only a few sentinels and melders, and there was only one Lemeter. "Captain, there's a signal from the front. Another spacecraft is approaching and it's quite fast," a ruffian-looking man reported excitedly from the command deck. The captain was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a machete in his hand. He did not look like a good person, but his eyes lit up when he heard the report. "How fast?" "It's at least 7 to 10 times faster than our spacecraft," the man replied. The captain was delighted. "All right, get ready to rob him immediately. It looks like he's a fat sheep." "Yes, Captain." The hundreds of people in the spacecraft busied themselves with the order. They were pirates that had just been formed and had not even completed 5 missions. Although they were not professional pirates, they were still quite strong, and there was at least one Lemeter among them. Generally speaking, most small-scale interstellar pirates did not have any Lemeters. Only professional, large-scale pirate groups had Lemeters or even space-exploring powerhouses. This pirate group was not bad in the field of non-professional pirates. Of course, it was precisely because they were not professional that they had poor vision. At the very least, they did not recognize the Astral 10 insignia outside Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. "Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area behind has been sealed. Please be prepared, please be prepared." Lu Yin was astonished and looked outside the spacecraft. "It's been sealed?" Pirates had plenty of ways to seal off the void. Many of their spacecraft had been modified to seal off an entire region of space. Without such methods, they would not be able to rob them. "Give up resisting, friend. You should have guessed who we are. Cooperate obediently, and I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Listen up, connect your spacecraft to mine immediately." I said, "Immediately, don't make me repeat myself." "You're right." Lu Yin was stunned. He was stunned. Lu Yin was astonished. He had just been robbed. He turned to look into the distance and saw a medium-sized spacecraft quietly parked in space. It looked rather sinister and had a strange pattern on it. This was a pirate ship. Strange undulations pulsed all around them, and it was these undulations that had sealed off the void. Anyone who tried to barge through would be hit, and they would interfere with the spacecraft systems and cause it to malfunction, forcing it to stop. "Friend, are you testing my patience? Bring your spacecraft in immediately." The captain's tone was much more solemn. Lu Yin took a deep breath and controlled his spacecraft to enter the pirate ship. There was a swaying sound as the spacecraft came to a steady stop. The hatch opened and dozens of star energy guns were aimed at Lu Yin. There were dozens of pirates waiting for him inside, and there were at least 5 melders among them. "Get down," someone shouted, glaring fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and was immediately searched by a fierce-looking man. Lu Yin frowned. "Brother, I don't have a habit of being touched by men. Behave yourself." The man barked as he reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, another man was about to enter the spacecraft to search. Lu Yin had no choice but to kick the man in front of him away. At the same time, he turned around and kicked the other man away as well. Dozens of star energy guns were aimed at him again. "Don't move, kid. Don't you dare resist." Lu Yin looked at his gadget and saw that the highest power level in this area was 7,000, which meant that he was a Lemeter and not even a peak Lemeter. His lips curled up. "Sorry you've caused trouble." He then released his star energy and stunned the surrounding pirates. He then walked towards the spacecraft's command center. At that moment, the middle-aged pirate captain was staring at a screen in the command center. Beside him, the ruffian man was stunned. Captain, this kid isn't simple. It looks like you'll have to act personally. The captain's face twitched as he noticed a small detail. That kid had looked at his gadget before attacking, and the gadget could detect his power level. The captain hadn't hidden his power level, so Lu Yin must have known about it. If he still dared to attack, it could only mean one thing. This kid was fearless. He wasn't afraid of the captain. How could a melder challenge someone of a higher realm? People like him were known as realm breakers in the universe. They were rare, but they were all geniuses. The captain regretted provoking such a genius. There was a saying in their pirate circles that they shouldn't provoke a young man or a dying old man. He had forgotten about it, but now that he thought about it, he seemed to have offended one of them. Captain, he's here. The ruffian man shouted in surprise, a trace of fear in his eyes. The captain gritted his teeth and walked out of the command center. The grudge had already been formed, and now it was time to see how to resolve it. The captain didn't have to wait long before he saw Lu Yin. Behind him was a group of unconscious pirates. Chapter 188. Lu Yin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he didn't sense the stench of blood from these pirates. This meant that they had only robbed but not killed, so they didn't deserve the death penalty. "Friend, this is a misunderstanding," the captain said in a low voice. Behind him, the ruffian licked his lips in fear. Lu Yin laughed. "There's no misunderstanding. Friend, this is our fault. It's hard to avoid being blinded when doing things in the dark. I'm willing to prepare some wine and treat you to a drink, and we'll let this matter rest. How about that?" the captain asked as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This guy was testing him. If he didn't pursue the matter, the captain would definitely think that he was putting on an act. Perhaps the wine he had prepared was actually poison. "I've already said that there's no misunderstanding. This is a robbery. Hand over all your belongings and I'll spare your lives." With just one sentence, the middle-aged captain and the ruffian were stunned. "Robbery? Wasn't that their line? You're also from the underworld?" the captain asked in disbelief as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin sneered. "The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't rob me, then it's my turn to rob you. Now either hand over your belongings or die." "Kid, since we're all from the underworld, don't go overboard. We'll see each other often, so it won't be awkward if we meet again," the captain said in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he raised a palm. "Let's see if you have what it takes to embarrass me." There was a bestial roar as the Sky Beast Claw came crashing down. The Sky Beast Claw wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of Euro and the other Astral Combat Academy students, but it was still a battle technique that the Great Yu Empire had passed down to Yu Academy. The moment the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw appeared, the ruffian was almost scared to death. Although the captain was a Lemiter, he had only recently become one, so he didn't know how to defend himself against Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw. He could only watch helplessly as the attack slammed him into the wall. Lu Yin pulled back his hand with a strange expression. This guy was too weak, he was still a Lemiter. In reality, after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin's perspective had changed. Before entering the Astral Combat Academy, the Sky Beast Claw had been one of his strongest attacks, and at that time he already had the ability to challenge those above his level. Furthermore, he had comprehended the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw, which was the best technique in Yu Academy. How could mere pirates block Yu Academy's top battle technique? Even if Euro did not care about the Sky Beast Claw, he would still take this attack seriously. This attack was enough to injure a Lemiter from the Astral Combat Academy, and this pirate was just an ordinary Lemiter. Even Gerbok could defeat him, let alone a Lemiter from the Astral Combat Academy. The difference between their levels was too great. Lu Yin finally understood why Wendy Yushan had looked down on the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire. They were too weak, and even Schutz, who had been in the Astral Combat Academy for a long time, was considered second-rate in Lu Yin's eyes. There was no need to even talk about Gerbok and the others who were still in the Great Yu Empire. The gap between them would only grow larger. Back then, countless people in the Outerverse had believed that Astral 10 was their capital to rise to prominence, and it was not without reason. For example, if Schutz were to return to the Great Yu Empire, he would definitely be able to impress Bezer. Schutz had already surpassed the level of the Outerverse, and he had reached a level where he could compete with Innerverse powerhouses of the same level. Of course, not everyone in the Outerverse was like Gerbach and the others. There were always a few freaks like Dark Void. Even if he had not entered the Astral Combat Academy, his innate gift would have allowed him to dominate a region and not be buried. The ruffian was stunned when he saw Lu Yin heavily injure the captain with a single blow. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, feeling rather sullen. From the moment he had joined the pirates, he had known that he would not have a good ending, but he had at least been able to enjoy himself for a period of time. But damn it, how long had it been? They had only robbed 5 people, and that was only 5 people. They had already encountered such a tough opponent. Their luck was too bad. Lu Yin walked over to the ruffian and looked down at him. The ruffian looked at Lu Yin in fear. No boss, big bro boss, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Please let us go. We're just a newly formed pirate crew and we haven't killed anyone yet. Lu Yin smiled. Hand over all the treasures you've robbed. The ruffian hurriedly complied and took the captain's cosmic ring. He used the captain's blood to open it and poured out a pile of items. Most of them were a mess of medicine, furs, ores, and even crystal cards from banks and other weaves. The star crystals that Lu Yin cared about the most, however, were only 2,000. He frowned. Were pirates this poor? They must have hidden it, he thought as he glanced at the ruffian with an unfriendly expression. The ruffian was smart and immediately said, "Boss, we've only robbed 5 people and that's all we got." "All right." The ruffian seemed to have thought of something and roughly flipped open the captain's collar to take out a crystal card from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw it. He recognized the black card with the words Yao Gu engraved on it. It had given him more than 10,000 star crystals, and this card was measured in star crystals instead of universal currency. "We got this from a merchant ship. It said that there are 10,000 star crystals inside, and we don't need a genetic code to open it," the ruffian said as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin accepted it with satisfaction and squinted at the man. "There's really 10,000? "Yes, definitely," the ruffian assured him. Lu Yin nodded and glanced at the pile of useless items on the ground. His eyes twinkled as he stood there. Pirates, robbers, this seemed to be the fastest way to make money. They were pirates after all, and they had no qualms about robbing him. The ruffian stayed behind Lu Yin and glanced at him nervously from time to time. He didn't know what to do if the captain woke up and saw that he had been robbed. Lu Yin felt like the sky was falling just thinking about the ruffian, but he didn't care. He had to coax this plague away first. "Hey, what's your name?" Lu Yin turned to the ruffian. "What's your name?" The ruffian smiled. "I'm Little 7, boss." Lu Yin frowned. "No, that's not a good name. From now on you're Little 8. The ruffian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked coldly, "What? You don't want to?" No, I'm Little 8. "Thank you for the name, boss." "From now on I'm Little 8, the ruffian hurriedly admitted, suddenly having a bad premonition. Lu Yin nodded. "I'm 7. From now on I'm requisitioning this ship." The ruffian was stunned. "Requisitioning?" Lu Yin smiled. "Piracy is a good profession with great prospects. I like it. You take me to see the other pirates." The ruffian's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Yin's smiling face. He then looked at the ground and suddenly realized that this guy wasn't satisfied with robbing them, and now he wanted to rob others as well. No, definitely not. Pirates had their own principles and they couldn't betray their fellow pirates. Although they wished for their fellow pirates to all die, if they did that, they would no longer be able to mingle in the pirate circle. They might even be hunted down by the pirate king. "Boss, please don't joke around. Pirates are a bunch of boorish bastards. They have no manners, no morals, and love to fart. They can't even be considered human. You should stop looking at them," the ruffian begged. Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at the ruffian. "I'll say it again. Take me to see the other pirates. I don't want to repeat myself. Or I can get someone else to take me. There are hundreds of people on this ship, so there should be a few who are willing." The ruffian's face turned bitter and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He had 2 choices in front of him. Either he wanted to live, betray his fellow pirates, and leave the pirate circle forever. He might even be hunted down by the entire pirate circle, or he wanted to die and become a glorious pirate who had died in the line of duty. Of course, just as he had said, pirates weren't even considered human. He didn't want to die as a pirate, and who would want to die if they could live? Thus he gave in. The middle-aged captain was locked up, And from now on, the ruffian little Hachi was the person in charge of this pirate ship. It could be said that he had fulfilled his addiction of being a captain, and even used his official position for personal gain to lock up a group of pirates that he disliked in the past. Lu Yin wasn't interested in any of this. He stared at his gadget in disbelief. Big Pao and Little Pao had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? That was too exaggerated. Astral 10 was now famous throughout the entire Astral Combat Academy. First, 5 Melders had defeated Area Master Euro and taken over a training ground. Then 2 students had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master and even forced him to reveal his 3-lined battle force, shocking the entire academy. Once upon a time, Astral 10 had been known as an exiled academy that no one cared about, and it had even been on the verge of collapse. However, as the Outerverse's new students had entered, their reputation had grown. They had completed the highest Sentinel mission, defeated students from various academies, given birth to a lockbreaker, defeated an area master, challenged a realm master, and so on. This series of events had caused the various academies to no longer dare to underestimate Astral 10. This incident in particular had pushed Big Pao and Little Pao's reputation to the peak. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master Quang Wang had said that the two of them had the strength of a top-tier area master. This evaluation had been published by Wu Gaoli in the Academy's newspaper, causing the sales volume of this issue to soar once again. On the other hand, the Blaze Realm was embarrassed. Someone had spread the news that Jared had entered the Tao of Purgatory to fight on Euro's behalf, but he had been forced to withdraw in a sorry state. This had caused the Blaze Realm's reputation to plummet. At an important juncture in the Astral Combat Tournament, Astral 10 seemed to be catching up. Lu Yin looked up with excitement. As expected, those 2 seniors were not simple. They were both area masters, and they had even been able to force a realm master to reveal his true power. How powerful! However, the 2 of them had still been defeated, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. Were realm masters really that invincible? The 5 of them had been able to defeat Euro if they worked together, and they might even be able to defeat any area master. However, against a realm master, even with Big Pao and Little Pao's help, it was still impossible. It was indeed true that every realm master was a freak. The Astral Combat Tournament was getting closer and closer. Although the exact date had not been set yet, it should be within half a year. Realm masters were also students and they were also opponents. In reality, there were many other powerhouses besides realm masters in the 10 great academies. Due to the special nature of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and the addition of terrifying geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, there were definitely more than 9 realm masters. In other words, if one wanted to reach the top 10 in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, they would need to possess the power of a realm master. Chapter 189. Reaching the power level of a realm master was incredibly difficult, and Lu Yin was confident that he could reach that level within half a year or even surpass it. However, reaching the realm master level was just too difficult. Was he destined not to participate in this year's Astral Combat Tournament? The Astral Combat Tournament was held once every 20 years, and the younger generation could only participate once. However, with Lu Yin's skeletal age, he could participate in the next tournament, but he did not want to wait for 20 years. He raised his hand and his die appeared. "I hope you can bring me a miracle." At that moment, the ruffian Little 8 rushed in and shouted excitedly, "Boss, we've discovered pirates." Lu Yin casually dispersed the die and stared coldly at Little 8. "Remember to knock before you come in or I'll cut off your hand." Little 8 was startled, but he quickly nodded. "Pirates? What's their scale?" Lu Yin asked. Little 8 nervously answered, "Half a region ahead of us there's a pirate group called the Flying Fish. They were established a few years before us, and they can be considered professional pirates." Lu Yin laughed. "Professional pirates? So there are even amateurs?" Little 8 smiled. "Boss, many pirates aren't actually pirates. Being a pirate is like a mask. When someone is poor, has financial problems or has a special goal, a new pirate group will be born. Once their goal is achieved, the pirates will disappear. It's very normal." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. "The dark side of the universe." Little 8 nodded. "Boss, what about this Flying Fish pirate group? Get close and then rob them. Lu Yin said calmly as he walked towards the command center. Little 8 hurriedly followed after him. He had thought things through, and since he could not resist, he might as well perform well. Perhaps there would be another opportunity. The various weaves of the universe had never slacked off in their efforts to eliminate pirates. Pirates were a serious hindrance to the various weaves' economy, and there were often rumors of important people being killed by pirates. Thus, the various weaves had their own armies that specialized in eliminating pirates. However, pirates were too cunning. Aside from a few particularly powerful pirate groups, small pirate groups would not stay in one place for too long, and the Flying Fish Pirate Group was one such pirate group. What's the style of this pirate group? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the medium-sized pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. Little 8 replied, "They're similar to us. They just rob and don't kill." "I didn't expect you guys to be so principled." Little 8 smiled bitterly. "Boss, it's very difficult to be a pirate. Robbing is risky, but killing is even more so. For the various weaves armies that purge pirates, robbing and not killing is an ironclad rule. Once you violate this rule, you'll be placed on the military's must-kill list. Furthermore, killing someone is very likely to draw the attention of certain major powers." Lu Yin nodded as Little 8's words made sense. Although the universe was cruel, that was only true for cultivators and those who wandered the edges of darkness, such as pirates. Ordinary people rarely faced any unnatural deaths outside of natural disasters. Generally speaking, as the various weaves grew closer and closer together, humanity was becoming more and more aware of how to protect themselves. Not long after, Lu Yin stretched lazily as he looked at the two Limeters who had been knocked down. This was the Flying Fish Pirate spacecraft, and Lu Yin had easily robbed it. These small pirate groups did not have many powerhouses, and their Limeters were only equivalent to the average melder from the Astral Combat Academy, which was similar to Gerbach and the others. "Boss, this is the reward." Under the furious gaze of the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, Little Mina took out a black Mavis Bank card as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "How much?" "Hee 60,000 star crystals," Little 8 said. Lu Yin frowned. "So little? Hasn't this pirate group been robbing for years?" "Boss, a pirate group's expenses are very high. After deducting the cost of deaths, weapon maintenance, ship maintenance, and so on, there's also the need to buy medicine, gather information, pay tribute to stronger pirate groups, and pay for the powerhouse's cultivation, etc. It's already pretty good to have 60,000 left." Lu Yin glanced at the captain and saw that his face was ashen. He grunted and took the card without hesitation. "Not bad. Divide the rest among your brothers." Little 8 was delighted. "Thank you, boss." Lu Yin's actions surprised Little 8. He had not pocketed anything for himself, which was a good way to win people over. Lu Yin looked young, but he was not stupid. The rest of the pirates cheered and worked even harder. Lu Yin did not care about a measly amount of money. He did care about money, but he would not do anything for it. He would spend what he needed, and he still hoped that these pirates would bring him even more wealth. Robbing ordinary people was not as profitable as robbing pirates, and he would bear the risks. This was the best outcome for these pirates, even if they would be banned from the circle if word got out. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin and Little 8 explored the surrounding filaments. There were 97 filaments in the dark mist weave, and according to Little 8, this was where most of the Outerverse pirates gathered. They had robbed no less than 10 pirate groups in half a month, and it was like entering a den of thieves. Of course, their gains were not bad. Lu Yin alone had obtained about 700,000 star crystals, which was enough to make him rich. The rest of the pirates had also obtained enough wealth to last them for the rest of their lives. Even if they did not become pirates, they could still be rich ordinary people. "Eighth bro, isn't that the Jazz Pirates' territory up ahead? Let's rob them," one of the pirates said excitedly in the command room. Little 8 smacked him on the head. "Are you crazy? Rob the Jazz Pirates? Scram." Lu Yin happened to walk over and asked, "Why can't we rob the Jazz Pirates?" Little 8 was startled by Lu Yin's voice and quickly turned around. "Boss, the Jazz Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the surrounding filaments. They have at least 5 Limeters, and their captain, the Mad Viper Knight, is an absolute powerhouse who graduated from the Astral Combat Academy." Lu Yin was shocked. "He graduated from the Astral Combat Academy? Is he a space-exploring powerhouse?" Little 8 shook his head. No, an explorer wouldn't just wander around the surrounding filaments. He's a peak-lemeter. Lu Yin relaxed. As long as he wasn't an explorer, then everything was fine. This meant that this person's claim that he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy was a lie. The Astral Combat Academy's rules stated that one had to be an explorer before they graduated. Otherwise, they would only be expelled when they reached the age limit and would not be considered a graduate. The Astral Combat Academy was split into 10 academies. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies had an average of 1,000 students, but less than a third of them had successfully graduated. These people were the absolute elites of the universe, and even those who had been expelled were not weak. After all, becoming an explorer required luck and talent, and without a 5-stage formcast model, it was too difficult to become an explorer before the age limit. However, no matter where they went, the expelled students were all outstanding and would not become pirates. This person had to be bluffing. Let's go and rob the jazz pirates. If they can dominate the surrounding filaments, then we'll definitely reap a lot of rewards, Lu Yin said expectantly. Little 8's expression turned bitter. Boss, this pirate group really can't be provoked. An army once surrounded them, but nearly half of them died in the end. Their blood dyed the planet's oceans red, and even an explorer was killed by the Mad Viper Knight. This person is truly terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's it. Immediately. Little 8 helplessly glared at the pirate who had spoken up before changing course and heading towards the jazz pirates. It wasn't easy to find a pirate group, and pirates couldn't stay in one place forever. They needed to rely on luck, but since they were all pirates, Little 8's chances of finding them were quite high. At this point, Lu Yin had long since forgotten about his lock-breaking mission. Although lock-breaking was important to him, it wasn't as important as star crystals. His die was the only shortcut that could quickly increase his strength. He now had more than 700,000 star crystals, and he would be able to return to Astral 10 after robbing the last one. There he could peacefully wait for the Astral Combat Tournament to begin. The jazz pirates traveled through many filaments, and Little 8 had thought that it wouldn't be so easy to bump into them. However, a day later he saw a large spacecraft among a group of asteroids. It was the jazz pirates' spacecraft. Under Lu Yin's stern gaze, Little 8 sent a communication request to the jazz pirates. Soon their spacecraft was allowed to dock with the large spacecraft. There was a shudder and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. There were quite a few people on this ship and there were nearly 1,000 of them. 3 of them were lemeters and more importantly one of them had a power level of 10,000. The glaring power level almost scared Little 8 to death. This was a peak lemeter, which should be the Mad Viper Knight's power level. This person was only one step away from breaking through to become an explorer. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, but he didn't pay it much mind. He had encountered many peak lemeters in the ported battles, and although they had suppressed him greatly, they weren't as invincible as explorers. Euro was a peak lemeter, and there was also Frankfurt as well as the spear-wielding expert he had killed when he first entered the Tao of Purgatory. B-Boss, it's not too late to regret. I think it's best not to provoke the Mad Viper Knight. We'll just resupply in the name of offering and then we can leave, Little 8 stuttered. Lu Yin waved his hand and walked out of the cabin, entering the jazz pirate's spacecraft. He had indeed made preparations before coming here. If the Mad Viper Knight was too strong he could give up, but he should be able to deal with him. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. His identity as a lockbreaker could be used to exchange for his life. He requested to meet the Mad Viper Knight as a pirate captain, which was not an unreasonable request. Soon, Lu Yin was brought to the Mad Viper Knight's lounge where he saw a lemeter. Just as the lemeter was about to speak, his expression changed and his gadget beeped. The lemeter's expression changed and he quickly left. The pirate who had brought Lu Yin here also quickly left, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin frowned, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pushed open the lounge door and walked in. The Mad Viper Knight was a middle-aged man. Most pirate captains were middle-aged men, and he wore an elegant aristocratic robe. He held a walking stick in one hand and there was a python tattoo on his face. At first glance he looked quite formidable. Lu Yin's entrance did not disturb the Mad Viper who was staring at his gadget. Lu Yin didn't know what he was looking at, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Chapter 190. Lu Yin wandered around the lounge and saw a star chart of the surrounding regions, as well as the Astral River's location. Not far from the Astral River, there was a special sign that read, Pirates Harbor. Pirates Harbor? Lu Yin looked at the location, which was less than 10 regions away from his current location. It would only take him 5 days to travel through a wormhole. That was the secret harbor where countless pirates gathered, and it was also one of the darkest places in the Outerverse. Who are you? A dull voice sounded in Lu Yin's ear as the Mad Viper Knight stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Lu Yin turned around and smiled. I heard that you graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, so I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. The Mad Viper Knight's eyes widened and a murderous glint flashed through them. Good plan. You want to get rid of my pirate crew? It won't be that easy. Star energy erupted from the Mad Viper Knight's body, materializing into a visible python that opened its mouth to bite Lu Yin. The lights in the lounge instantly shattered. Lu Yin retreated and was struck by the star energy. The floorboards shattered and a trace of green liquid splattered everywhere, corroding the metal walls. Then, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow as the Mad Viper Knight's staff stabbed out from his side. Their surroundings were forcefully sealed by star energy, which left Lu Yin astonished. This person was not weak and he was definitely a highly educated Lemeter. Perhaps he really was from the Astral Combat Academy. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the lounge's surroundings shattered, unable to withstand a Lemeter's attack. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash. The Mad Viper Knight's strength was not bad, far surpassing that of all the pirates he had encountered before. He was strong enough to crush ordinary peak Lemeters in the Outerverse. Not only had his star energy control reached the realm of infinite changes, but he also had powerful battle techniques in the venom he released. However, these were useless against Lu Yin, as this person's strength was not enough to threaten him. If he really was from the Astral Combat Academy, then he would definitely be one of the weakest. There was a whoosh as Lu Yin tore through the python's star energy and slammed his palm into the Mad Viper Knight's body. Not only did Lu Yin's attack shatter the Lemeter ring armor that the knight had just put on, but his star energy was also shattered as his entire body was forcefully smashed into the wall. The Mad Viper Knight spat out a mouthful of blood as shock filled his eyes. Realm Breaker. The Mad Viper Knight was overwhelmed with shock. Lu Yin's palm strike made him feel as if he had returned to his time in the Astral Combat Academy, where he had seen a batch of despair-inducing freaks. Back then he had been overshadowed by those freaks and now he had encountered such a person once again. The lounge was plunged into darkness, but Lu Yin relied on the hazy starlight to approach the Mad Viper Knight step by step. He wanted to obtain his spoils of war, but right at that moment, a sword light flashed past. Lu Yin dodged to the side, but the entire lounge was split into two. An incomparably sharp aura came from behind him, filling his surroundings with an aura that could cut through everything. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this a domain? He raised a hand, his battle force enveloping him as he circulated his art of Sirius. A long sword pierced towards him from behind, but he easily dodged it and countered with a palm. Palm of Sirius. The 9 stars exploded, and together with the invincible battle chi, not only did it break the attacker's longsword, but it also smashed onto the attacker's body, sending her flying out of the lounge and smashing into the distance, penetrating through the walls of an unknown distance away. With a thump, the broken sword fell to the ground, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword. Red? How familiar. Was this Zhou Knight? Lu Yin's expression changed and he hurriedly rushed out of the lounge. Inside the lounge, the Mad Viper Knight spat out another mouthful of blood as he struggled to get down from the wall. He panted heavily as he looked outside in fear. Where had these terrifying powerhouses come from? One had a domain and the other had battle force. They were so young. Could they be freaks from the Astral Combat Academy? He gritted his teeth and a bone-deep hatred flashed through his eyes. He hated those freaks who stood at the top, preventing people like him from ever having a chance to shine. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body out of the lounge. At this moment the entire pirate fleet was enveloped in the stench of blood. Countless pirates had died tragically, and the corridor was dyed red with blood. The 2 other Lemeters had also been decapitated. Lu Yin rushed past several destroyed lounges and found Zhou Xian 100 meters away. Her face was deathly pale and she held a broken sword in her hand. So it really was you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. In such a dark environment he hadn't been able to see clearly, and his attack had been too heavy. However, he couldn't be blamed as Zhou Xian had been the one to attack first. Lu Yin took out a medicine and fed it to her. Zhou Xian coughed twice and forced herself to open her eyes. She vaguely saw Lu Yin. It's you. Lu Yin was helpless. Why are you here? Zhou Xian looked at him weakly with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her pure face was so pale that it made one's heart ache. Why are you here? I was robbed by accident, Lu Yin replied. Zhou Xian looked around and then at her broken sword. She exhaled and coughed again. Blood flowed from her lips, and her eyes gradually lost focus before she fainted again. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to push her away, but it was no use. Her internal organs had been severely injured. That was serious palm with 9 stars and its power was terrifying. Even Euro would be unlucky if he had been hit head-on, let alone Zhou Xian. She was lucky to have survived that attack. Lu Yin had no choice but to carry her in his arms. He couldn't let her die here. Although this woman had schemed against him before, she wasn't a bad person. From the looks of it, she was cleaning up pirates again. Right, this route just happened to lead back to the Innerverse, so it wouldn't be strange if they ran into each other. Shit, the Mad Viper Knight. Lu Yin suddenly remembered this person, and he hurriedly rushed to the lounge with Zhou Xian in his arms. However, the Mad Viper Knight was nowhere to be seen. A personal spaceship flew out from the Night Pirate's spaceship. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body and stared at the pirate ship with a ferocious gaze. Die, all of you! Die with my pirate ship! With that, he pressed a button and destroyed the entire pirate ship. A red light flickered within the pirate ship, and Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard the urgent alarm. He hurriedly carried Zhou Xian and rushed to the docking area. Little 8 and the others had also seen the red light flickering from the spacecraft, and they immediately knew that it was about to explode. They hurriedly gave the order to leave, not caring about Lu Yin's life or death. Fortunately, Lu Yin had arrived at the last moment. Little 8 immediately went up to greet him with a rich expression. Boss, it would have been too late if you hadn't arrived. Those people wanted to escape, but I held them back until you arrived, boss. Shut up and look for a doctor, Lu Yin barked. Little 8 immediately gave the order to leave the asteroid field and look for a doctor. Not long after, the asteroid field exploded, and the Night Pirate's spacecraft was reduced to cosmic dust. Aside from the Mad Viper Knight, no one else was left alive. Lu Yin sighed as all of his efforts had been for nothing. Boss, we just saw a spacecraft escape. It should be the Mad Viper Knight, Little 8 said nervously. Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. I remember you saying that the Night Pirates had at least 5 Lemeters. Why were there only 3 on that ship? The Night Pirates have 2 pirate ships, and they usually only use one to rob others, Little 8 said. Lu Yin frowned. They're really cunning. This pirate group isn't considered strong in the universe, but they paid a huge price to buy 2 pirate ships. It's no wonder that they were able to trick an explorer to death. It's a pity that they managed to escape. Otherwise, with their wealth, your gains would have at least doubled, Little 8 said regretfully. Lu Yin felt his heart ache at the mention of this, as it was all Zhou Xian's fault. Things had been going so smoothly, but it was such a pity. Boss, 8th bro, that woman's injuries are too severe, and we can't treat her with our resources. There are no planets in the surrounding regions that can treat her injuries, so we can only send her to the pirate port, a pirate reported. Lu Yin grunted. Go to the pirate port. Yes. Boss, you and that woman? Little 8 probed. Lu Yin grinned at him. What? Did you recognize her? Little 8 smiled sheepishly as fear flashed through his eyes. He had recognized someone from the Day-Night clan at a glance. Although he didn't have much experience as a pirate, he had heard of powerful clans that were famous throughout the universe. Why was there a Day-Night woman in the Night Pirates? He didn't dare to think about it. You'd better forget about this. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to you, Lu Yin said calmly. Little 8 was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? I don't know. Lu Yin smiled. This guy was very clever. All right, tell me more about the pirate port. Little 8 explained, the pirate port is a port where pirates replenish their supplies. Although it's called a port, it's actually a planet where people from the dark side of the universe gather. There are pirates, assassins, fugitives, rebels, and so on. You can find any kind of dark side that you can think of there. Of course, there are also the occasional day-knight. No, the Mavis clan, disciples from powerful clans in the universe who train. After Little 8's introduction, Lu Yin gained a slight understanding of the pirate port. In the end, it was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. The entire Dark Mist Weave was filled with such people, and the pirate port was the quintessence of this place. Many people didn't use their real names there because the moment their identities were exposed, the price would be huge. The pirate port is so close to the Astral River. Does no one care about it? Lu Yin was curious. Of course they do. How could they not care? However, they only occasionally send out troops to scare them. After all, the pirate port doesn't just provide services for pirates, but also for the military and for travelers passing through the innerverse and outerverse. As long as you have the money, you can get anything you want there. To pirates, it's a pirate port, but to outsiders, it's just a supply planet that's shrouded in the shadow of the Leo clan. The Leo clan. Lu Yin was puzzled. Little 8's face grew solemn. This pirate port was established by the Leo clan. They were once incomparably glorious and ruled over an entire weave, but their talents gradually withered away. Their ancestors were rather courageous, and they gathered the strength of the entire clan to come to Dark Mist Weave and establish this pirate port. Think about it, who would be able to destroy a pirate port established by a clan that once ruled over an entire weave? After all, the Leo clan once had a hunter, and even if they're in dire straits now, they still have a cruiser overseeing them, which is more than enough to protect the pirate port. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder why they could establish a pirate port in such an obvious place. The Leo clan? You know quite a bit, Little 8. Lu Yin looked at Little 8. Chapter 191. Little 8 was shocked and forced to smile. Don't scare me, boss. You can easily find out about these things. At least half of the people on this ship know more than I do. Is that so? Lu Yin did not comment. He had chosen this person to replace him in controlling these pirates because he felt that this person had a different temperament from a fugitive. That ruffian aura seemed to be faked, but it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. They would go their separate ways once they reached the pirate port. His current headache was Zhou Xian, and he hoped that she would not die. After leaving the command deck, Lu Yin went to the infirmary to check on Zhou Xian. She was lying in a nutrient solution and her entire body was surrounded by it. Her heartbeat was normal. She won't die immediately, right? Lu Yin asked. Behind him, the ship's doctor replied, no. Although her injuries are serious, they've stabilized. She won't die immediately as long as she doesn't experience any turbulence. However, if she doesn't receive treatment within a month, she'll definitely die. Lu Yin relaxed and looked at Zhou Xian. He still remembered the first time he had met her. He had seen her murderous intent, and there had been despair, regret, helplessness, and other complex emotions in her eyes. What had attracted him and prevented him from abandoning her? Was it a deal? Lu Yin himself did not know. He could have just thrown her into the Jazz Pirates spacecraft and turned her into dust, but he had not hesitated to save her. Why? Lu Yin did not understand. Zhou Xian frowned as she lay in the nutrient solution. Her pale face made one's heart ache. Her originally pure appearance now carried a trace of helplessness and weakness. She did not look like a day-night powerhouse who could kill countless pirates with her sword. I beg you, let them go. Let my parents go. Please release the cage technique, please. Zhou Xian unconsciously muttered to herself, constantly pleading for something. Lu Yin got closer and vaguely heard something about her parents in the cage technique, but he did not understand. He shook his head and walked to the door. When he looked back, his heart trembled. At this moment, Zhou Xian's tightly shut eyes were tearing up. He was so sad and desperate. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his gaze flickered. This line of tears touched his heart, and after looking at it for a while, he took a deep breath and walked out of the infirmary. The pirate port was bustling. At least in Lu Yin's eyes, this place was not inferior to Xenu Star. There were not just 1 or 2 space stations but a whole bunch of them for all sorts of people. The pirate spaceship was docked at a relatively hidden space station, including his own Aurora spaceship. Lu Yin officially parted ways with Little 8 and the rest without any reluctance. To him there was nothing else important besides earning money. Little 8 and the rest rejoiced at the fact that they had parted ways with Lu Yin. They needed to discuss how to deal with their former captain, as well as the fact that they had left the pirates. They had already been exposed, and it was said that the pirates who had robbed them in the past had issued a joint hunt. They had no choice but to flee. Lu Yin carried Zhou Xian out of the space station and casually flagged down a spacecraft to the nearest hospital. The pilot of the aircraft was a man with long ears and arms, and he immediately set off upon hearing Lu Yin's command. Looking at the people shuttling back and forth outside, the scenery here was very bad, especially since there was no sun. The whole world was dark and occasionally there would be a thick fog blowing, making this place look very gloomy. Explosions could be heard from time to time, but the pilot did not panic at all. Apparently he was used to it. Zhou Xian's conspicuous hair was covered up by Lu Yin, and her entire body was buried in his embrace. Her forehead was burning hot, and her heart was beating very slowly. Lu Yin helplessly leaned back against the cushion. Soon after a few minutes the aircraft stopped. "We're here, sir." Lu Yin looked at the small bungalow in front of him in astonishment. "This is a hospital, sir? This must be your first time here. All the hospitals on this planet are built underground. It's not just hospitals, shopping malls, trading houses and so on. All the public facilities are built underground. As for the reason, you should have heard of it before." Lu Yin immediately understood. That's right, this was a pirate port and there were vicious criminals everywhere. Fights were all too common here. After paying a star crystal, Lu Yin carried Zhou Xian out of the aircraft. Just as he was about to leave, the man blocked his path with a fierce gaze. "Sir, the fare is not enough." Lu Yin raised a brow. "How much?" The man's lips curled up. 10 crystals. Lu Yin laughed and gently pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. The man's expression instantly changed as he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. "Brother, I'm not in a good mood right now. I don't have the time to joke around," Lu Yin said calmly. The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat and he quickly smiled awkwardly. "My apologies for disturbing you. I wish you a pleasant journey." Lu Yin released his hand and walked past the man into the bungalow. The man panted heavily. "Damn, I'm so unlucky. I've offended a tough nut to crack. Although he's a melder, he's definitely more terrifying than a Lemiter. This guy must be a disciple of some large organization who came out to train." He shook his head and boarded the aircraft again before quickly disappearing. Although that person had tried to extort money from Lu Yin, he had found a good place. When Lu Yin stepped into the bungalow, he followed the flow of people to the underground hospital. It had to be said that although it looked simple and crude, the facilities here were definitely not bad. They were even more high-end than the ones used to treat undying Yushan. After all, this was a major transportation route that connected the innerverse and outerverse. No one could guarantee that they would not be injured, and this included the powerhouses of the innerverse. Thus, the pirate port's medical facilities were definitely top-notch. The Leo family had also spent a lot of money to purchase them, and the ample medical facilities had attracted countless customers. This was what Little 8 had told him. There were quite a few people lining up for treatment, and all of them had gloomy expressions. Some even hid themselves, unwilling to be exposed. Lu Yin was the same. He covered his body, not wanting to reveal his identity. It took a full hour before it was his turn. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as dozens of people rushed in shouting fiercely, "Where's the doctor? Quick, our boss can't hold on much longer." As they spoke, they pushed aside the crowd and carried a large man covered in blood. Lu Yin frowned as these people reeked of blood. Cough, cough. Zhou Xian suddenly coughed and Lu Yin patted her back. Coincidentally, these people arrived in front of Lu Yin and raised their hands to push him away. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he raised his hand as well. There was a soft crack as one of the people's arms was broken by Lu Yin, and the person was pushed several meters away. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. "Get lost." Lu Yin barked. These people were enraged and they suddenly attacked without any intention of discussing anything. The people in the hospital hurriedly dodged, as did many of the patients. Lu Yin was enraged and his hand turned into a claw. With a roar from the void, the sky beast claw slammed down, killing more than 10 people. The others were also forced back and they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. At this point the soldiers arrived. They were the Liu family's private soldiers and they all surrounded the hospital. Violence is not allowed in the hospital. Everyone raise your hands. The surroundings were in chaos and Lu Yin frowned as he looked around. He needed to find a doctor as Zhou Xian's injuries seemed to have worsened after the chaos. Suddenly, the large man covered in blood stood up, took out a fist-sized metal ball from under his body, and smashed it against the ground. Lu Yin's hair stood on end and he instinctively flashed away. There was a violent explosion where he had been standing, and the shockwaves distorted the air and shattered the lights and glass. The violent impact sent the surrounding soldiers flying and many of them died. Lu Yin used flash again and again, dodging with extreme speed. Finally he punched through the roof and escaped. Just as he reached the ground shook and caved in, burying everyone in the hospital. Lu Yin stared at the scene in shock. What was going on? He did not understand. Smoke and dust filled the air as alarms rang out. Lu Yin used flash again and left with Zhou Xian. Cough cough. Zhou Xian opened her eyes and weakly said in Lu Yin's arms, "Don't get hit. You're awake." Lu Yin's voice was low. Everything that had just happened had been too chaotic and he had no idea what had happened. Zhou Xian breathed weakly. That was a game between the great powers. A game. Lu Yin was puzzled. Some great powers use extreme methods to obtain certain benefits. Zhou Xian continued to speak before falling asleep again. Lu Yin exhaled and stood in a dark corner, looking in the direction of the hospital. A game between the great powers? What about those soldiers? Those doctors and patients were just pawns in the game. In truth, Lu Yin had never considered himself to be a good person, and the deaths of others had nothing to do with him. He could also use extreme methods for his own benefit, but this was the first time he had seen this scene from the most humble and direct perspective. It was even more direct than when he had been on Earth. If he had been weaker, he would have been sacrificed like those people. Power was a good thing and it could affect everything. He looked at the weak Zhou Xian in his arms and felt a headache coming on. He had to find the next hospital. However, the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on Lu Yin. Dozens of explosions occurred on the pirate port in a single day, and all of them were concentrated in the hospital. This caused the pirate port to fall into an unprecedented state of panic. The Liu family had sent out several space-exploring powerhouses to suppress the situation, but that was not enough to suppress the fear. Without a hospital, what would the pirate port use to attract others? This was the pirate port, a dark place where bloodshed occurred every day and people were injured every day. The first step was to find a hospital, so what was the second step? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were definitely one of the options. Lu Yin thought about it as he did not want to be dragged into this mess again. However, Zhou Xian's injuries could not be delayed. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of Coco. It was said that people from Windrift Hall often traveled the universe. If there were people from Windrift Hall in the nearby weaves, he could bring Zhou Xian along for treatment. Those people did not seem to need advanced medical facilities, so Lu Yin immediately contacted Coco. Outsiders could not use their gadgets to contact students in the Astral Combat Academy, but students could still contact each other. Coco might be in the trial zones, so Lu Yin could not contact her. He then contacted Zora, but it was the same. The two of them were together, so Lu Yin had no choice but to wait. He randomly found an abandoned house that seemed remote and deserted and moved in with Zhou Xian. Chapter 192. For 3 days, Lu Yin was unable to contact Coco. His guess was right. The attacks had shifted from the hospital to the hotels and shopping malls. The entire pirate port was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and the space station was packed to the brim. People were only allowed to leave but not enter. Countless people wanted to escape the port. Food and water were crazily snatched along with all sorts of resources. Even Shamrock Enterprises branch had been sold out. The Dark Mist Weaves Bank branch had long since evacuated, which indicated that something big was about to happen. 3 days later at noon, Lu Yin finally managed to contact Coco. "What's the matter, Brother Lu?" she asked. Lu Yin was anxious. "Coco, my friend is heavily injured. Do you know anyone in Dark Mist Weave?" "Dark Mist Weave? Let me ask." Coco hurriedly checked and asked Zora for help. Coco quickly looked up. "It's Brother Lu. My senior is on a strange planet in Dark Mist Weave." "That's great. Tell me the location." Lu Yin was delighted. Coco was conflicted. "I don't know the location. I'll give you my senior's contact details so you can contact him yourself. I've already told him." She then sent Lu Yin a string of numbers. Lu Yin hurriedly cut off the call and dialed the number. Soon a voice answered, "Windrift Hall, Xianxia. I'm Lu Yin." "Sorry, Coco must have mentioned me," Lu Yin said politely. "Yes, I did. You can come find me. I'm at Dark Mist Weave's pirate port. You know about it, right?" Lu Yin was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "I'm at the port as well." Xianxia was clearly stunned as well. "Tell me your location and we'll meet in the center." Lu Yin immediately sent his location, and he quickly headed north with Zhou Knight in his arms. Along the way he stole a spacecraft and increased his speed to the maximum. Zhou Knight's injuries seemed to have worsened, and her face was even paler than before. Her consciousness was hazy once more and she kept muttering to herself. Lu Yin did not know why he was so anxious. Her desperate and helpless eyes kept appearing in his mind, along with her weak and pale face. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The pirate port was huge, but the two of them were not far from each other. They met up in less than an hour. The spy was a rather delicate-looking man who was much older than Lu Yin. He had probably surpassed the limits of the younger generation, and there was a girl beside him. It was said that the Windrift Hall always split into pairs, and this girl was his partner. Zhou Knight. With her. The two simultaneously looked at Lu Yin. Feng Jie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. To Windrift Hall they would heal regardless of race. They only differentiated between good and bad, not race. This was Windrift Hall, which was why they had such a good reputation in the universe. "Can he be saved?" Lu Yin asked nervously. Hearing this question, the originally quiet spy raised his head and suddenly smiled proudly. "There is no patient that Windrift Hall can't save." Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Xianxia, who had seemed so dull, had suddenly become so arrogant. The girl said, "Don't disturb him. Your little girlfriend isn't the most seriously injured patient he's ever saved." Lu Yin hurriedly said, "She's not my girlfriend." "Is that so?" The girl did not believe him and turned away. Lu Yin was stunned. He seemed to have been too anxious. He stood up and walked away to look at the dark pirate port. This planet was a battlefield and countless people would be sacrificed. It was too sad. "I heard from Coco that you're Astral 10's leader." The girl walked up to Lu Yin and asked curiously, "I'm Kanaim, an expelled student of Astral 7. Lu Yin was surprised, but he saw that Kanaim did not seem to be affected by her expulsion. "I was lucky." Kanaim sized him up and smiled. "There's no luck in defeating the monsters of the Astral Combat Academy. Coco told us about the 12 new students, especially you. Thank you. If not for you, she might not have been able to get into the academy." Lu Yin smiled. "You're welcome. With Coco's innate gift and speed, no one can stop her." "That's because you don't know her. That girl is very timid. Once she hears that someone from the Blaze realm is trying to stop her from taking the exam, she definitely won't dare to take it. No matter what, Windrift Hall owes you a favor." Lu Yin smiled but did not reply. A favor from Windrift Hall was very valuable. Kanaim glanced at Zhou Knight, who was being treated, and asked again, "She's really not your girlfriend?" Lu Yin shook his head. "We met by chance." "That's good," said Kanaim. Lu Yin was confused. "Why?" Kanaim looked at him seriously. "Don't have any feelings for her. If you do, erase them immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it for the rest of your life." Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he glanced at Zhou Knight before looking back at Kanaim. "Why?" Kanaim shook her head. "This involves the Day Knight clan, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. Listen to me, you absolutely cannot have any feelings for her. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination." She then turned and walked towards Xianxia. Lu Yin turned back and the scene of Zhou Xian crying suddenly appeared in his mind. He also recalled the words she had muttered to herself. Them, her parents, the cage technique. Half a day later, Xianxia finally managed to bring Zhou Xian's injuries under control. Xianxia stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He seemed exhausted as he said, "All right, she'll recover completely after a few more months of rest." Lu Yin was grateful. "Thank you, Brother Zheng." Xianxia smiled. "You're welcome. I still haven't thanked you for Coco." "I've already said that Windrift Hall owes him a favor," Kanem said. Lu Yin raised a hand. "You've already helped me save her, so I've already repaid the favor." Xianxia's expression turned serious. "Brother Lu, that's not right. Saving people is Windrift Hall's mission. Even without Coco I would still have helped you. After all, the more we save, the more destiny we have and the longer we can live." Lu Yin blinked. These words sounded familiar, as if Coco had said something like this before. These people had really been fooled by their master. "We should leave," Kanem reminded him. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, this planet is very dangerous right now. It's best if you leave immediately." Lu Yin nodded. Xianxia and Kanem quickly left and Lu Yin picked up Zhou Xian. She had finally stabilized. He thought about it and flew his spacecraft towards the space station once more. It was time to leave. More and more explosions swept through the pirate port, and countless people fled in panic. Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and looked down, his heart filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who was that? He parked his spacecraft on the roof and left Zhou Xian behind as he rushed towards the crowd. Lu Yin quickly caught hold of a man in the crowd. The man was shocked and tried to knee him, but Lu Yin blocked him. "Big Chong, it's me." The man looked at Lu Yin in shock and cried out, "Why are you here?" Lu Yin pulled the man out of the crowd and happily asked, "Why are you here too?" The man named Big Chong was anxious. "Did the family send you?" "That's impossible. Why would they send you here?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yin was uneasy. "Don't ask me what I mean. Let's go, we have to leave immediately." Big Chong grabbed Lu Yin and wanted to take him to the space station. Lu Yin shook Big Chong off as he had many questions to ask. Suddenly he felt his scalp go numb as a blinding light descended. Everyone looked up and saw the final scene of their lives. A beam of light descended from the void and bombarded the ground, obliterating everything in its path. This was an attack from a warship. "Little Seven, run!" Big Chong shouted. The crowd howled in despair. The buildings on both sides collapsed. Lu Yin could no longer hear any of this as he had been struck by the beam of light. He instinctively activated his serious art, but against an attack that could kill an explorer, any form of defense was useless. With a boom, an entire street was reduced to dust, and Big Chong was sent flying by the violent impact. Lu Yin had used flash at the last moment to avoid a direct hit, but even so he had still been swept up by the shockwaves and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair, clothes and everything else had been incinerated. His body had been scorched and his blood had been instantly charred. His body had been smashed into a distant wall like a pile of rotten meat, and he had lost consciousness. Following that, another beam of light descended and bombarded the neighboring street, one after another. This was an attack that could destroy a planet, and anyone would be insignificant in the face of such an attack. Only space-exploring powerhouses could withstand it, but that did not include ordinary explorers. This was because these beams of light had originally been used to deal with the cruisers of the Leo clan. The entire pirate port had been plunged into a sea of death as the beams of light mercilessly bombarded it, killing countless people. On the abandoned street, Lu Yin's body had been destroyed to the point where not a single piece of flesh remained intact. Logically speaking, such injuries should have meant certain death, but the strange seal on his back that had prevented him from breaking through had appeared once more. It emitted a faint light that brought him back from the brink of death, and his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin vaguely heard someone speak. "There's still someone alive here. Take him away." "There's no need. There's not a single piece of flesh left on his body. He's dead for sure." "It's none of your business. Take him to Drift Charge Planet. The higher-ups have ordered that as long as he's not dead, take him away." "Understood." There was a thump as Lu Yin painfully opened his eyes. The glaring light was unbearable and his vision was blurry. What was going on? How can this person survive after being injured like this? He was probably hit head-on. He's lucky that he didn't die. You still want to save someone like this? Shoo, of course not. It's meat. What meat? The slaves on Drift Charge Planet can't even be considered humans. They eat anything. You mean? When Lu Yin regained consciousness for the third time, he saw himself falling from a high altitude. He had been thrown down from a high altitude, and the air he breathed in was rather pungent. His surroundings were dark red and lightning flashed past him from time to time. He had seen such a scene before, and it usually occurred on a planet that was about to be destroyed. He looked down and his pupils shrank. He could vaguely see countless black dots below him. Were those people? Chapter 193. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had been thrown down from the sky. There were many others around him who were still alive, but they could also be considered dead. They were meat for the miners below. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at his arm. His cosmic ring was gone and his gadget was gone. Everything was gone and the star energy around him was quite thin. Thankfully, the star energy stored in his body hadn't been used up and he still had some left. He couldn't just fall down like this, or he would be eaten even if he didn't fall to his death. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Lu Yin's gaze turned sinister. He could clearly see the slaves' appearances and they couldn't even be considered humans. They were like beasts with their mouths wide open, grabbing the smashed corpses and biting them. Lu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene as he had seen it during Earth's trial. Back then he had been in a higher position, but now he was waiting to be eaten. He got closer and closer, and just as he felt the hands of the slaves about to grab him, he growled and forced himself to raise his hand. Shockwave palm. Bang. The ground was smashed apart by the palm and shockwaves swept out in all directions within a radius of 10 meters. All of the slaves within range were instantly killed by the shockwaves. Lu Yin had used the roving step in the nick of time to fall to the ground, panting heavily as intense pain shot through his body. The surrounding slaves hurriedly fled, looking at Lu Yin in fear. They were just ordinary people, not even cultivators. They didn't dare to get close to Lu Yin even if he was severely injured. Lu Yin didn't dare to faint as that would kill him. He wanted to move his body, but he didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten. He had no strength left and he could only move his fingers. He looked around and saw that all his hair had been burned away and he wasn't wearing anything. Perhaps the slaves had wanted to make it easier for the slaves to eat, so they hadn't given him any clothes. He just lay there on the ground and looked around fiercely, scaring the slaves into running even further away. The dust on the ground gave off a pungent smell. This planet wasn't suitable for human habitation. Strange insects would occasionally crawl out of the cracked earth, and Lu Yin was famished and swallowed them all in one gulp. Tasted terrible, but that was all he could eat. Otherwise he would starve to death and become meat again. He had never imagined that he would experience something like this. This inhumane torture was indescribable. He faced off against the slaves on this planet for several days, but no matter how severe his injuries were, he couldn't sleep. He kept his bloodshot eyes open with all his might. On the 5th day, the surrounding slaves inexplicably dispersed, and a skinny old man with a hunched back appeared in front of him. The old man walked over step by step until he was right in front of Lu Yin and slowly squatted down. Lu Yin could even smell the decaying odor coming from the man's body. Scram! Lu Yin roared with all his might. Star energy flickered at his fingertips, forming flames in an attempt to scare the man away. A strand of battle force even seeped out of his body, but it disappeared in an instant. The old man was shocked and said in a hoarse voice, "Battle Chi? Little guy, are you a disciple of a great power?" Lu Yin did not reply and continued to stare at the old man, his heart sinking. This person knew so much, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. He was most likely a cultivator and Lu Yin could not scare him. Was he going to be eaten? He had never imagined that he would become a sacrificial pawn in a game between great powers. He didn't even know who was behind all of this. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. "Do you want something to eat?" The old man opened his mouth and 2 rays of light flashed in his skeletal eyes. His words shocked Lu Yin, and he stared at the old man with bloodshot eyes that were filled with desire. The old man's lips curled up in a strange arc, and his sinister and terrifying face sunk in. He approached Lu Yin and whispered, "Human flesh is called white meat. Do you want some?" "Frem." Lu Yin growled. The old man chuckled strangely and just sat there in front of Lu Yin. He did not move, but he did not leave either. A strange insect crawled out of the ground once more, this one the size of a palm and with a green barb on its tail. Lu Yin bit down on it again and the green barb pierced his lips. However, nothing was more terrifying than starvation in his current state. Green liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes continued to stare at the old man. The old man did not move and he continued to stare at Lu Yin until Lu Yin could no longer hold on and collapsed. Lu Yin did not know if he had died or fainted. Perhaps there would be no future for him once he closed his eyes. Just as Lu Yin lost consciousness, the old man suddenly stood up and walked behind him. He tapped Lu Yin's back and then moved his hands along the surface of Lu Yin's body in a strange pattern. Star energy seemed to circulate within Lu Yin's body as well. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and collapsed to the ground. He stared at Lu Yin and said, "Whether you die or not will depend on your luck. If you don't die, then my family still has a glimmer of hope." At the same time, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament was set. It would be held in 3 months. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most important event in the Astral 10 Academies, but it did not have much of an impact on the outside world. At most, it would attract a few great powers to recruit talents, but the effect was not great. This was because almost all of the geniuses who could enter the Astral Combat Academy came from the various great powers. However, the Astral Combat Tournament was related to the Astral Domain War, and it was a plan by some of the universe's great powers to recruit soldiers. Regardless of their profession or status, everyone would do their best to watch the Astral Combat Tournament on the day of the tournament. Because of the Astral Combat Tournament's great influence, many of the great powers' hidden geniuses had come out and joined the Astral Combat Academy in anticipation of the tournament in 3 months. However, at this moment Astral 10 was shrouded in a shadow. Old Kai helplessly looked at the screen on his gadget and sighed before shaking his head with a bitter smile. The screen was showing the scene of Lu Yin being struck by a beam of light at the pirate port. It was only a brief moment and there was no end to it. However, no one believed that Lu Yin would have survived. That beam of light was a weapon specially designed to deal with cruisers, and even explorers would find it difficult to survive, let alone a mere melder. Why did that brat just happen to appear at the pirate port? Old Kai was speechless. Michelle stood beside him and was also watching the screen. When she saw the final scene of Lu Yin being struck by the beam of light, she frowned. No matter what, he's still Astral 10's leader. He can't die in vain. There's no way to avenge him there, Old Kai said. Michelle was puzzled. Old Kai calmly replied, "That's the pirate port. If he's killed there, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. No matter who he is, as long as he dies, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. This is also the reason why those people are attacking the planet so recklessly." Michelle was furious. "Are we just going to let it go?" Old Kai waved his hand. "Of course not. Don't worry, someone will stand up for him." Lu Yin was a lockbreaker and one with great achievements at that. His death would incur the wrath of the Lockbreaker Society, and unless they found out that he was a pirate, the Lockbreaker Society would not let his killer off. Soon, all of Astral 10's new students knew about Lu Yin's death. Old Kai did not hide it, as the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, and Lu Yin was the leader. News of him could not be hidden. "What? Brother Lu is dead?" Coco was sorrowful as she carried the large syringe. "It's all my fault that I wasn't by his side. Otherwise I would have given him a shot." Zora was speechless. "Coco, this has nothing to do with you. Right, Brother Lu seemed to be on the same planet as Senior Brother and the others. Are they all right?" Coco was worried. "Don't worry, they're fine," Zora assured her. Xiao Luo looked at the screen and revealed a rare expression of helplessness. "Did he die so easily? What a pity." Lulu was depressed. She had long since treated Lu Yin as a friend, and they had been friends ever since Earth's trial. She had never thought that he would suddenly die. Life was too fragile. It was rare for Silver to not smile, and his eyes were filled with an endless chill. Lu Yin's death had disrupted his rhythm. Astral 10 was not the only academy that could see the scene of Lu Yin's death. The other academies could as well. After all, he was a student of the Astral Combat Academy, and his death was enough to attract the attention of the Astral Combat Academy. I thought that Astral 10 was going to rise up, but who would have thought that their leader would die so easily? And at the pirate port, huh? The Blaze Realm's people are going to be happy. Right? Could it be that the Blaze Realm did it? Impossible, they wouldn't have the guts to harm an Astral Combat Academy student. This guy is just unlucky. They were trying to eliminate pirates, but he got involved. Our previous guess was right. This guy must have been released by Astral 10 to confuse the other academies. Don't be fooled, Lu Yin isn't the strongest in Astral 10. It's Yao Luo, Lulu and Mavis. Wrong, it's Big Pow and Little Pow. They teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, so they're definitely the top experts among the area masters. In Astral 6, Sharon was excited. He's dead, he's really dead. That's great. Wait, that's not right. What does this guy's death have to do with me? His uncle, that bastard. On the other side, Lu Ji frowned. He's still a lockbreaker, but he actually died at the pirate port. The society won't let this matter rest. In Astral 8, Jared smiled. Lu Yin's death had made him happy. Go tell Xiyu about this and make her happy. In the Innerverse, in the Soul Dream Tribe's territory in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Xiyu watched the scene of Lu Yin's death on a screen. She didn't know why, but she couldn't feel happy. Her mind kept replaying the scene from the second layer of the Sand Ocean, and she felt depressed. At the same time, Master Wuxing received the news as well, and he was furious. Investigate who dares to touch a member of the Lockbreaker Society. I don't care if it's the Leo family or some other random organization. Investigate all of them. They must give the society an explanation for this matter. Because of Lu Yin's death, the enormous machine that was the Lockbreaker Society began to move. Every single Lockbreaker was a treasure of the universe, and they could not be easily killed. If a Lockbreaker's death was not investigated, then the Lockbreaker Society's status would plummet. This was something that the 630,000 registered Lockbreakers could not accept. Let alone a mere one-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker. Even the death of a Lockbreaker without any contributions would be investigated thoroughly. This was the terror of the Lockbreaker Society. Chapter 194. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin heard the sound of water dripping, as well as a strange noise that sounded like an insect's wings rubbing against each other. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a strange insect. He subconsciously wanted to swallow it, but he licked his chapped lips. They were too dry and he wanted to drink some water. At that moment, the insect flapped its wings and flew away. A dark red ray pierced towards him and Lu Yin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw a skinny old man in front of him. When he saw the old man, Lu Yin's expression changed and he hurriedly tried to get up, but he couldn't feel his entire body. Wait, he couldn't feel anything? It couldn't be gone, right? He looked down at his body, but thankfully it was still intact. There was a thump and a large piece of roasted meat was tossed in front of Lu Yin. Eat. You haven't eaten in a month. Lu Yin stared at the meat in front of him and swallowed, but he couldn't find any saliva. He resisted the urge to take a bite and looked at the old man. The old man laughed strangely. Relax, it's not white meat. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his gaze flickered. The old man shook his head and moved aside. Behind him was a huge insect that was 3 meters long. Several of its legs had been cut off, and he could vaguely see tendrils of flesh. Lu Yin confirmed that it wasn't white meat and immediately took a bite out of it. He swallowed it without even chewing, and the large piece of meat was quickly devoured. What followed was the discomfort of dehydration. The old man raised a finger, and the water droplets that were dripping from the wall slowly flew into Lu Yin's mouth. Lu Yin had finally found some rain after a long drought, and it took him a long time to recover. He licked his lips and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you save me?" The old man sat in front of Lu Yin. "I didn't save you for nothing. What are your conditions?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. The old man smiled, and the smile on his skeletal face sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. I want you to help me bring some things to the Neoverse. The Neoverse? Lu Yin was confused. The old man replied, you don't need to know about it right now. Once you have the ability to go to the first flow zone of the Innerverse, you'll naturally know everything about the Neoverse. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Do you think I have the ability to go to the Innerverse? I can't even leave this planet. There's no rush. There'll be a way, the old man said slowly. Then he seemed to recall something. I almost forgot. In order to ensure that you keep your promise, I placed a layer of hidden energy on you. Only the person that I asked you to meet can remove this hidden energy. No one else, including hunters, can remove it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to try, hee. Lu Yin didn't care. He wasn't far from death, so why would he care about some hidden force? Where are we? Lu Yin asked. Drift Charge Planet. It's a dead-end planet that's about to be destroyed, the old man replied. He then raised his hand and used his star energy to carve something into the stone wall. Lu Yin looked at it for a while with a strange expression on his face. He could understand the old man's carvings, but he could only understand the words and not their meaning. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and exhaled. He looked at the stone wall with a complicated expression before looking at Lu Yin. Memorize it. Lu Yin was stunned. What? I told you to memorize it, the elder said in a low voice, his tone extremely unpleasant. Lu Yin was speechless. You've been writing for half an hour and you want me to memorize it? How long do I have to memorize it for? The old man stared at Lu Yin. Either you memorize it or you go out and become white meat. Lu Yin was helpless. Fine, I'll memorize it, but don't blame me if it takes too long. You can't be fast even if you want to, the old man sighed, but then he lost interest in talking and walked out of the cave. Lu Yin lay on the ground, unable to move. He looked up at the wall. To be able to communicate with people is not allowed by the Tao of Heaven. To leap through the starry skies is to lie down. To be given by the Tao of Heaven, to leap through the boundless expanse is to lie down. Lu Yin's strength as a melder had greatly improved his body in all aspects, so memorizing this passage wasn't difficult. What was difficult was that the passage was very strange. He felt a sense of oppression as he memorized it, as if something was staring at him. It wasn't obvious, but after 20 minutes or so he felt dizzy and fell asleep again. The old man stepped into the cave and glanced at him. If I hadn't messed it up for you to memorize, you wouldn't have been able to memorize even one sentence. He then looked at the stone wall. I hope this can really be passed down. Half a day later, Lu Yin woke up with a splitting headache. What's going on? Why does my head hurt from memorizing something? What is it? Continue, the old man said from nearby. Lu Yin looked at the old man. Can I ask what's the point of memorizing this? The old man replied, go to the Neoverse and copy this down for the person I want you to meet. All right, Lu Yin agreed. The old man glanced at him. Memorizing this is good for you. Don't you feel that the more you memorize, the more pressure you'll feel? Lu Yin frowned even though his eyebrows had been burned away. What's the point of being stressed? The old man looked up. Humans are divided into physical and spiritual forces. Some powers target the physical body while others target the spiritual force. Stress will temper your spiritual force so that you won't have any weaknesses. Lu Yin thought of the Day-Night clan. Their battle techniques were very unique. For example, the Will-o'-the-Wisp was immune to all physical attacks, but it couldn't block the Day-Night punch. This was because the Day-Night clan's battle techniques seemed to have the effect of injuring the soul. This was their weakness. All right, continue reciting, the old man said in a low voice after giving him a taste of his own medicine. Lu Yin exhaled, looked up at the stone wall and began to memorize. This time, it took him nearly half an hour before he fainted, which was a few minutes longer than the previous time. However, he only managed to memorize a small portion of the wall's contents. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. During this time, Lu Yin had been constantly memorizing the words on the stone wall. He had fainted after just 20 minutes, but now he was able to persist for an hour. In the elder's words, if he could one day completely memorize the words on the stone wall, then no one under the hunter realm would be able to harm his spirit. Lu Yin knew that the old man was encouraging him, but he still accepted the advice. It was truly effective, and he could feel that his spiritual force had become more resilient. The most obvious example was that he could endure hunger better. In half a month, Lu Yin had memorized half of the Stonewall scriptures. Although he had been reprimanded by the old man for not having any talent, Lu Yin was already satisfied. Others could not understand the pain that he had endured. He had to memorize the scriptures every day when he woke up, and then he fainted the moment he did. These days were very painful, but fortunately his body had recovered quite a bit. That beam of light had almost torn his body apart, but for some reason he had recovered slightly after falling onto this planet. Now he could move his arms again. Your body is very strange. It's very strong, the old man said. This was the first time he had spoken in half a month. Every day, aside from monitoring Lu Yin's memorization, he went out to do other things, and his mood was even worse when he returned. Lu Yin glanced at him. Strange. The old man replied, very few people can survive injuries like yours. Whether it's the outer verse, the inner verse, or the neoverse, such injuries should have killed you. It's a miracle that you managed to survive. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had always felt that his body was very strange, and this oddity had only appeared after he had become a melder. His body had become somewhat terrifying, and it had continued to strengthen. Even the Sandmaster had been amazed by it. When he had first gone to the Tao of Purgatory, Frankfurt's spear had not pierced through his body, but had instead shattered his organs. During the ported battles, only explorers had been able to harm his body. No one else had been able to harm him. Breaking through to the Melder realm should not have caused such a drastic change, and Lu Yin did not know what he had experienced. You can tell that my body is strange? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The old man shook his head. Keep memorizing. Lu Yin helplessly looked up at the stone wall. The old man lowered his head, but his gaze continued to sweep over Lu Yin. This person's body was even stranger than he had described. Either he had eaten some incredible natural treasure, or he had an innate gift from some powerful clan that had allowed him to survive such injuries. Such a clan should not exist. The old man thought about it for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and smiling wryly. He did not have the ability to spy on others right now, and all he needed to do was preserve that sliver of hope. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Lu Yin had memorized all of the words on the stone wall, but he could only memorize part by part. It was impossible for him to memorize everything. When he saw the old man leave, Lu Yin's expression changed and he slowly sat up. He could move now. He casually wiped his body and a piece of skin fell off. This was the skin that he had shed. His injuries had allowed his body to regrow, and all of the dead skin from before had been shed. He touched his head. It was still bald, but there was a layer of almost invisible hair roots. He should be able to regrow hair soon. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he put down his hand. The attack at the pirate port had been unforgettable. His experiences during this time had been even crueler than the trials on Earth, and he had almost been turned into white meat. Lu Yin walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. Thick, dark red clouds had accumulated and lightning streaked across the sky. It was a scene of the end of the world. Thick smoke spewed out of the ground and violent tremors could be heard from time to time. Lu Yin looked at the ground and followed the footprints to find the old man. At this moment the old man was sitting in front of the protruding ground, crying and complaining incessantly. Lu Yin listened for a while and realized that the old man's grandson was buried there. The old man went out every day to hunt, and he also came here to cry and complain. Grandpa knows it's cold down there. Don't worry, Grandpa will be with you soon. You won't be lonely, the old man said as he slowly climbed to his feet. Lu Yin immediately left. When he returned to the cave, the old man still hadn't returned. He had probably gone out to hunt some bugs. Lu Yin absorbed the drifting star energy, but it was too little. He unconsciously activated the serious art, and 9 stars revolved around him. 9 stars meant that he could move at 9 times the speed. No matter how little drifting star energy there was, it could still sweep over like a whirlpool, even though this whirlpool still looked very thin. The old man dragged the giant bug's corpse towards the cave, but he sensed that something was amiss. He let go of the carcass and walked into the cave. His expression changed when he saw Lu Yin. This is the serious art? Lu Yin didn't know that the serious art that he had been using to recover his strength had been discovered, and he was still absorbed by himself. Chapter 195. The old man's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin. At times, his expression was strange, and at other times, his eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something. This was especially so when he saw the perfect constellation formed by Lu Yin's ninth star, and the strange expression on his face intensified. This didn't seem to be the orthodox serious technique. The orthodox serious technique requires one to open the 36 death acupuncture points in the human body and eliminate all weaknesses. This kid's serious technique was forcefully activated by an almighty powerhouse, but this method can only be maintained for a short period of time. The serious technique isn't something that just anyone can deduce. This kid will definitely have to go to the serious sect, the old man thought to himself as his eyes flickered. After a while, as if he had made up his mind, the old man flicked his finger and sent out a gust of wind that hit the back of Lu Yin's head, knocking him out once again. On this planet, it was as if he had never woken up, and the cycle of fainting and not fainting continued. The old man walked in front of Lu Yin and lifted the sole of his foot. One of the 36 death acupuncture points is right here. To learn the orthodox serious technique, one must open the death acupuncture points. I wonder what those old fogies from the serious sect will do when they see the pattern on the sole of your foot. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. He then used his star energy to carve something onto the sole of Lu Yin's foot. Kid, when the pattern on the sole of your foot is exposed, your fate will change. I hope that you can withstand it, the old man muttered to himself as he looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. He casually removed the hidden energy from Lu Yin's body, but there was no need to do so. He had only wanted to leave a sliver of hope, but now it all depended on this kid's luck. With his background in the serious sect, his chances were much higher than others. But why would a serious disciple be in the outerverse? The old man couldn't figure it out. This kid had pretended not to know about the neoverse and he had been fooled. No matter what, even if this brat was a traitor of the serious sect, as long as the serious technique was not crippled, he would still have a chance. Moreover, to be able to deduce the ninth star sphere, this brat must have a big shot behind him. How could the old man possibly know that Lu Yin had stolen the serious art? Of course, he didn't know about the neoverse, and the serious sect's protection of the serious art was heaven-defying. The old man also didn't believe that anyone could steal the serious art. This was all a misunderstanding. As for whether or not Lu Yin would go to the serious sect in the future, and whether or not he would expose the tattoo on the soles of his feet, no one knew. After an unknown amount of time, he regained consciousness and rubbed his head. What's going on? He had fainted for no reason. Could it be the aftereffects of reciting the stonewall scriptures? Lu Yin subconsciously looked up at the stone wall and was dumbfounded. The text from before was gone, replaced by countless numbers. What did this mean? He turned around to look for the old man. A piece of meat flew over to him. He caught it and looked outside the cave. The old man walked over. Eat it and carry it. Lu Yin was speechless. Do I even need to memorize these numbers? Nonsense, just do as I say, the old man growled. Lu Yin wanted to scold the old man. There were numbers all over the stone wall. He had spent nearly a month memorizing the entire text, and now there were even numbers. Don't worry, these numbers aren't pressurizing. You'll be able to memorize them quickly, the old man explained when he saw Lu Yin's increasingly ugly expression. Lu Yin felt a little better. As long as he wasn't pressured, memorizing all of the numbers wasn't too difficult. Anyone would be tempted by the sudden increase in his battle force. The elder shook his head. I've already said that you don't need to cultivate the arcane art of life and death, and of course you can't use it either. It's a gamble and it squeezes out your potential at the moment of your death. Everyone has the ability to heal themselves, but not only will the arcane art of life and death not stimulate this potential, it will even suppress a person's self-healing ability and worsen their injuries. This potential will then be converted into power. If you die, everything will be gone, but as long as you're alive, this power will be fed back to you. Lu Yin stared at the old man. So you're saying that you didn't want to save me back then, but rather used the arcane art of life and death on me out of curiosity? The old man admitted it without any hesitation. Lu Yin retracted his gaze as only a fool would believe him. This old man definitely hoped that someone would be able to memorize those things and deliver them to the person he had chosen. However, the place he had mentioned was too dangerous, which was why he had used the arcane art of life and death to gamble. Whoever survived would naturally have a greater chance of survival. Lu Yin was definitely not the only person who had been used by the arcane art of life and death, but he was the only one who had survived. The old man was truly ruthless. In that situation, Lu Yin's death had been certain, and he had even used the arcane art of life and death to suppress his ability to heal. It was practically murder, and it was a miracle that he had survived. Back then, someone coveted the arcane art of life and death, but he didn't dare to cultivate it. Thus he searched the entire universe for 10,000 geniuses and beat them to death before using the arcane art of life and death. Unfortunately, all of those geniuses died and not a single one survived. After that, this art was forgotten, the old man muttered as he looked at Lu Yin enviously. Lu Yin smiled. Old man, it looks like you've reached the point where you can cultivate the arcane art of life and death. Go ahead and practice it. Who knows, maybe your strength will increase and you'll be able to fly out. Fly out? Kid, do you think that I haven't reached the level of an explorer? Let me tell you, when I was at my peak I could shatter over 100 planets like this with a single slap, the old man said disdainfully. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Only a fool would believe that. Even a hunter would find it difficult to shatter that many planets with a single slap. Alright, enough nonsense. Hurry up and memorize it, the old man urged. Lu Yin had no choice. He looked at the stone wall and began to recite the random numbers. Although there were many numbers, he was able to memorize them all in just a few days without any pressure. In order to prevent Lu Yin from forgetting, the old man forced Lu Yin to recite the numbers as well as the stonewall scriptures from before every day. The numbers were easy to memorize, but the stonewall scriptures were very difficult. Lu Yin could only memorize a little bit each time before he fainted and woke up to continue. This cycle repeated itself for another half a month. Starting from 10 days ago, Lu Yin had taken over the hunting duties. Lu Yin knew that the old man was very strong, but he wasn't used to having an old man who could barely walk find food for him. Lu Yin felt depressed as he looked at the dry land and the slaves who were constantly mining in the distance. He looked up at the sky and saw a thick layer of dark red clouds covering the planet. This place looked like a graveyard. A chilling sound rang out from behind him as a huge, strange beetle bit at Lu Yin. This type of beetle could tear through metal with a single bite and tear through the earth. The slaves could only run when they encountered it, but this thing was food for Lu Yin and the old man. With a thump, the beetle was killed. Lu Yin retracted his hand and looked at the three-lined battle force that covered his entire body. He felt its strength and wondered what level he was at in the academy now. Was he an area master? Normal area masters were definitely not his match, and Frankfurt only had two-lined battle force. Perhaps Lu Yin was qualified to fight for the title of the strongest area master. Lu Yin didn't know when he would be able to return. He looked up again and then dragged the huge beetle back into the cave. There was only half a month left until the astral combat tournament. Lu Yin tossed the beetle back into the cave and saw the old man staring at the sky. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" The old man frowned. "Something's wrong. They haven't collected any ores in a month." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Collected ores? Whose planet did this planet belong to? Who's collecting ores? The old man looked at Lu Yin. "Do you really want to go back?" "Of course," Lu Yin growled. The old man laughed. "Don't you know how much stronger you've become in the past 2.5 months? So what if I'm invincible in the universe? What's the point of facing you all day?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The old man replied, "This planet belongs to the Leo family." Lu Yin was shocked. "The Leo family?" The old man nodded. "That can't be right. I was attacked at the pirate port, so the Leo family should have been attacked and might have even been destroyed. How could it be the Leo family?" Lu Yin frowned, unable to understand. The old man was disdainful. "Don't deny it when you encounter something. Think about how reasonable it is. This planet really does belong to the Leo family." Chapter 196. Lu Yin muttered to himself after hearing the old man's words. The Leo clan, the pirate port, and the attack. He seemed to have grasped something, but he could not completely understand it. The old man said, When a person encounters an enemy that's too strong, they will first hide and eliminate any clues that might lead to them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. If this planet really did belong to the Liu clan, then the only reason they would attack the pirate port would be to eliminate all traces of their existence. They might even fabricate a war to make their entire family disappear in order to avoid powerful enemies. Lu Yin was just unlucky to have encountered such a situation. A nobody was just a nobody, and even if he was accidentally injured, no one would seek justice for him. Lu Yin believed that once the Liu clan discovered Zhou Xian's existence, they would definitely not throw her onto a planet like this. In the end, it was all about power, and Lu Yin began to desire it. He did not want to be sacrificed so easily in the future. So what if he was strong? Unless he was truly invincible in the universe, he would only be a pawn. He did not want to be a pawn, he wanted to be the player. The past few days had been unforgettable, and the inhumane torture had changed his way of thinking. The old man looked into Lu Yin's eyes and saw a different expression. His lips curled up. Sometimes a single sentence could ignite a flame. You said that the Liu clan hasn't collected any ores for a month. Does that mean they've left? The old man shook his head. This planet is very well hidden and the Liu clan will not give it up. However, the old man paused and his gaze deepened. Once they give it up, the entire planet will turn to dust. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? This planet will be destroyed? The old man nodded. Large organizations have their own methods of doing things. The pirate port attack that you mentioned happened before you were thrown onto this planet. If the Liu clan really wants to disappear, then there shouldn't have been any movement after that. However, you were thrown onto this planet and your existence is proof that the Liu clan still exists. In order to eliminate all evidence, they will definitely destroy this planet once they give it up. The Liu clan doesn't know that I'm still alive, Lu Yin said. The old man was disdainful. They don't need to know. What they want is to eliminate all possible evidence. Even if it's unfinished white meat, they can still determine how long it's been. What about you? Why are you on this planet? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic. The old man was so calm that he might have a way to escape. Perhaps you'll find out about me in the future, but now. Suddenly the old man's expression changed. Kid, I was right. Pray. Whether or not you live depends on this. Lu Yin looked up and his pupils shrank. He saw a beam of light blasting towards the ground. It was so familiar, so unforgettable. He had almost been annihilated by this very same beam. Boom! The earth trembled as a shockwave swept over from afar. Strong winds blew away the thick layers of clouds, allowing Lu Yin to see the stars for the first time. Huge cracks spread across the ground as fiery red lava spewed out of the ground. The old man grabbed Lu Yin and soared into the sky. Although Lu Yin's physical injuries had mostly recovered and he could even use battle force, his internal organs were still heavily injured. It would be difficult for him to use battle techniques, and he had only absorbed a little of his star energy through the Sirius. There was no way for him to dodge the beam attack. Kid, there's a spacecraft 5 kilometers north of where my grandson is buried. Pray for good luck. The old man threw Lu Yin away and clasped his hands together. An indescribable chant sounded out from outside his body that seemed to originate from ancient times, but also from the distant future. It broke through the heavens and shot straight into the universe. Outside Drift Charge Planet, a super-large warship floated and bombarded it with beams of light in an attempt to completely destroy the planet. Inside the ship, a youth's eyes lit up as he looked at the bombarded planet and praised, "Third Grandpa, thank you for letting me tour. It's rare to see a planet destroyed. It's so beautiful." Not too far away, a middle-aged man smiled and looked down at Drift Charge Planet. "This is our Liu clan's property, but we have to give it up. Otherwise, the enemy will track us down." "Are there still people on this planet?" the youth asked curiously. The middle-aged man smiled. "They can't be considered people. They're just slaves." "It's a pity that I can't see them being destroyed," the youth sighed. The middle-aged man laughed. "There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Once we go to the other weaves, Third Grandpa will catch more slaves for you to play with." "Thank you, Third Grandpa." The youth was delighted. Suddenly, a majestic chant broke through Drift Charge Planet's atmosphere and burst through outer space. The super-large spacecraft shook, and everyone stared blankly at the strange phenomenon not too far away. The third grandpa's expression changed and then it became heated. An inheritance. This is an ancient inheritance. I never thought that an abandoned planet would have one. He then rushed out of the spacecraft and towards Drift Charge Planet. At the same time, multiple figures also rushed out and headed towards Drift Charge Planet. They were all space-exploring powerhouses from the Leo clan, and the third grandpa was the clan's only cruiser. They were the protectors of the Leo clan, and at this moment, they were attracted by the old man and all rushed towards Drift Charge Planet. To space-exploring powerhouses, the destruction of a planet was not enough to threaten their lives. The inheritance was the most important thing. Lu Yin was smashed into the ground in the distance, and beside him was the burial ground of the old man's grandson. He looked into the distance and saw that the old man had caused such a huge commotion. What was he trying to do? Kid, let's go. Remember to memorize the Stonewall scriptures, it'll be beneficial for you. I've also removed your internal energy, so forget everything that happened here and live well. The old man's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin stared at the old man. The two had been together for 2.5 months, and Lu Yin had gone from being wary of the old man to being sullen later on. Lu Yin did not know what he was feeling, but it was very complicated. No matter what, he had been saved by this person, and his strength had increased greatly. Let's go together, Lu Yin shouted. The old man turned around and smiled. His face was as thin as a skeleton's, but his smile was full of sunshine, and Lu Yin could even see kindness and gratification in his eyes. That's enough for me. Good kid, live on. Let's go, I'll break the path for you. Lu Yin felt a strong gust of wind as he was pushed towards the north. There was a spacecraft there that had been prepared for him. What's your name? Lu Yin shouted. I've been unhindered all my life, but I never thought that I would be buried in a remote place like the Outerverse. Fate makes fools of me, the old man laughed maniacally. At that moment, several figures descended. They were the space-exploring powerhouses from the Leo family. When they saw the old man, they were shocked. How could there be such a powerful cultivator in this place? It's your honor to be buried with me. The old man waved his hand and the entire Drift Charge Planet changed. Time seemed to stop, and the space-exploring powerhouses appeared in front of the old man without any ability to resist. Even the cruiser was stunned. Lu Yin smashed into the ground again and looked back just in time to see this scene. He could not understand how the old man had done it. The difference in their strength was too great. Following that, the void exploded as a black crack devoured everything and gradually spread out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he slammed his palm against the ground to reveal a personal spacecraft. He entered it without hesitation and immediately activated it. The spacecraft shook and gradually rose into the sky. In the distance, the black hole grew larger and larger until it had already devoured the old man and the space-exploring powerhouses. It was about to swallow the entire Drift Charge Planet. Mountains and rivers were completely destroyed and lava spewed out, but it was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. In the distance, some slaves cried out in despair, but no one could save them. A wave of lava swept over them and everything disappeared. The spacecraft flew up at high speed, narrowly avoiding the black hole as it passed through the atmosphere and appeared in outer space. Lu Yin looked back and saw that Drift Charge Planet was gradually disappearing. In front of him, an extremely large spacecraft came into view. It was the Leo family's spacecraft. A pulling force appeared, and Lu Yin's personal spacecraft was uncontrollably sucked into the Leo family's spacecraft. Everyone from the Leo family looked at Drift Charge Planet nervously. The entire planet was about to disappear, so why hadn't the family's powerhouses appeared yet? The spacecraft shook and Lu Yin opened his eyes. When the hatch opened, dozens of Leo family cultivators surrounded him and stared at him. Come out. Come out immediately. Lu Yin slowly walked out. His entire body was wrapped in rags and he looked like a primitive man. His hair had grown out a little and his face was dark. He didn't look any different from the slaves. Take him to the young master, someone barked. This person was a Lemeter, and there were at least 5 other Lemeters around him. Lu Yin didn't act rashly. With his invisible aura technique, these people had no idea how strong he was. What they wanted to know the most right now was what had happened to Drift Charge Planet. All of the family's space-exploring powerhouses had disappeared, which was a disaster for the Liu family. Without their protection, no matter how many resources the family had, it would be impossible to transport them away. This extremely large spacecraft was equivalent to a small city, and there were more than 100,000 people living inside. It floated in outer space, and the cruiser in charge was the one in charge. However, this person had disappeared along with Drift Charge Planet. At this moment, the entire Liu family was terrified, and they couldn't wait to hear the news from Lu Yin. The door was pushed open and Lu Yin was pushed into the main hall, where he was surrounded by the Liu family's leaders. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the crowd. These were the people who had almost killed him. A single beam of light had caused him to fall into the abyss, but they hadn't cared at all. "Speak, what happened to Drift Charge Planet?" a middle-aged man barked, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was not weak and he gave off a sense of danger. He was a peak limiter who could rival an area master, and there were several other peak limiters around him. Although these people were not as talented as the Astral Combat Academy students who were already very strong at such a young age, they had still managed to reach the level of an area master or even stronger. Fortunately, Lu Yin hadn't encountered any limiters who could make his scalp go numb. This meant that the Liu family didn't have any limiters who could rival a realm master. The strongest group of space-exploring cultivators had all died on Drift Charge Planet. Chapter 197. My father is asking you a question. Speak. A youth barked. He waved his hand and another person walked out from behind Lu Yin and punched him in the stomach. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he waved his hand. Blood splattered onto the wall as the youth died instantly. How dare you? The surrounding limiters all attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as three-lined battle force appeared around his body, shocking everyone. The strongest limiter's pupils shrank and a chill ran down his spine. Three-lined battle force easily destroyed ordinary battle techniques. Even though Lu Yin could not use any battle techniques due to his injuries, he could still use his battle force to quickly take care of two limiters. The strongest limiter barked, and his star energy transformed into a thunderous roar as he punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand to block the attack, but his body was sent flying out of the hall and into the corridor. Countless soldiers from the Liu clan swarmed over and fired star energy guns at him, but these weapons could not harm him. There was a whoosh as thunder roared in front of him once more. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he dodged to the side while circulating his serious art. The thunder's transformations appeared in front of him and he dodged to the side once more. This time he dodged another thunderous attack and condensed his battle force at the tip of his finger. He pointed at the youth's heart, but the youth lived up to his reputation as the strongest limiter from the Liu clan. More limiters attacked from both sides. Lu Yin coughed up blood as his organs could not withstand the constant attacks. Although these limiters could not compare to the area masters of the Astral Combat Academy, they were all very experienced, and Lu Yin could not take them down immediately. While everyone was attacking him, Lu Yin endured his injuries and used flash to appear beside the youth. He grabbed the youth's neck and turned to glare at the crowd. The Liu clan members stopped. "Let go of the young master. Let go of my son," the middle-aged man shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Let me go and I'll let him go." "All right, we'll let you go. Let go of the young master first," someone shouted. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Get lost." Everyone retreated and glared at Lu Yin. The young master was scared silly. He had never seen such a scene before and he could not stop trembling. Lu Yin grabbed the young master tightly and whispered into his ear, "Take me to the mechanical warehouse." The young man was shocked. What are you trying to do?" "Shut up if you don't want to die. I just want to destroy the warehouse so that you won't be able to control my spacecraft. Now or I'll cripple one of your arms." The young man was terrified and hurriedly led the way. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of any tricks, as it would be difficult to deal with him while he was inside the spacecraft. He would have to rely on sheer numbers to deal with the important members of the Liu clan, and he could easily capture any one of them. Right now all he wanted to do was leave. He could only exact his revenge after he recovered from his injuries. As long as he could use his battle techniques again, he wouldn't mind even if there were twice as many people here. Are you the head of this family? Lu Yin suddenly stared at the middle-aged man and asked. The man nodded, his gaze calm. As long as you let my son go and tell me what happened on Drift Charge Planet, I can promise to let you go. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Prepare 10 million star crystals immediately to redeem your son's life. Everyone was shocked. Even the young man who was being held hostage was stunned. 10 million? You're crazy. The middle-aged man roared, and the others glared at Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Was it too much? Ever since Undying Yushan had mocked him for asking for bribes as a greeting gift, Lu Yin had felt that he should be more generous. But now it seemed like it was indeed too much. Undying Yushan was the emperor of the Great Yu Empire, but he had only given Lu Yin 100,000 star crystals. The Liu clan couldn't compare to the Great Yu Empire, and even the pirates who had been robbing for more than a decade would only earn a few 100,000 star crystals. The Liu clan could afford to pay 10 million star crystals, but they definitely wouldn't do so for the person in Lu Yin's hands. How much can you pay? Lu Yin asked coldly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. 500,000 at most. I don't have any more. The price was a little harsh, but Lu Yin thought about it and eventually nodded. All right, go and prepare. The middle-aged man gave a look to a limiter behind him and the person immediately left. With the hostage leading the way, Lu Yin smoothly arrived at the machinery area. This was the central area for controlling the super-large spacecraft, and it was strictly guarded. When Lu Yin approached, the expressions of the Liu clan members changed, especially the middle-aged man. He glared at his son, who was the one who had led the way. Kid, what do you want? Let go of my son and I'll let you go. The middle-aged man barked. He couldn't let Lu Yin go any further. Lu Yin waited in place. Where's my money? Here you go. The limiter who had taken the money tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually sent a gust of wind into the machinery area, passing through the hatch and into the core area. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Take it out. The limiter's face paled and he immediately rushed inside. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. I knew you guys were up to something. He then pushed the youth he was holding into the machinery area as well, smashing through the roof to escape. The middle-aged man roared as he chased after Lu Yin, and a red alarm sounded throughout the spacecraft. There was an explosion that came from the machinery area, and the middle-aged man stopped in place. His expression changed, but he didn't chase after Lu Yin. Instead, he rushed towards the machinery area as nothing could go wrong there. Lu Yin didn't leave immediately, but after some thought he rushed towards the outer layer of the spacecraft, where the armory was located. Countless soldiers chased after him along the way, and there were quite a few limiters who tried to stop him, but no one could stop him. He endured his injuries and decided to give it a try. He had originally planned to take revenge in the future, but the Liu family was too good at hiding. If they escaped this time, who knew when he would be able to find them again? He already had a plan for revenge. The explosion in the machinery area was finally contained, but when the middle-aged man heard that Lu Yin was rushing towards the armory, his expression changed completely. He ignored the damage to the spacecraft and followed Lu Yin's lead, smashing through the walls and rushing towards the armory. However, Lu Yin was still one step ahead. The weapons weren't locked down and they were still aimed at Drift Charge Planet. Lu Yin easily dealt with the limiters guarding the place, and he wanted to change the direction of the beam that was bombarding the planet towards the interior of the spacecraft. However, the warships had their own protective mechanisms, and it was impossible to change the direction of the beam. Still, every warship had a self-destruct mechanism that prevented it from being captured by the enemy. Lu Yin didn't know where the self-destruct mechanism was, so he could only detonate the weapons. By the time the middle-aged man arrived, the entire armory had already begun to explode. His expression changed drastically. Stop. Suddenly, the spacecraft's alarm went off, and the self-destruct mechanism was activated. Lu Yin laughed. His luck was too good. This spacecraft's self-destruct mechanism was right inside the armory. The middle-aged man roared and immediately rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism, wanting to stop it. Lu Yin rushed forward and with a bang the two collided and both retreated. Who are you? the middle-aged man roared, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Yin's tone was icy. I'm someone who was forced into a corner by your Liu family. I can pay the price. The middle-aged man roared and rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism again. Lu Yin raised his leg and swept it out. Three-lined battle force was too terrifying, and even if his star energy was exhausted and he couldn't use any battle techniques, he could still suppress the family head of a large family. The middle-aged man couldn't do anything against Lu Yin's battle force, and he was injured every time they collided. More and more powerhouses from the Liu family appeared around him, and Lu Yin couldn't stop them all by himself. Helpless, he turned and left. Only 2 Limeters chased after him, while the others rushed towards the self-destruct mechanism. However, due to the previous battle, the system had malfunctioned, and the self-destruct mechanism could not be stopped. The middle-aged man roared, "Quick, take the young master and run." The entire spacecraft was enveloped in a terrifying atmosphere. Lu Yin endured the intense pain in his body and blasted through walls until he found the personal spacecraft area. He turned around and punched out with both fists. The 2 Limeters attacked at the same time, and one of them actually had an innate gift that caused an ear-piercing noise to ring out. Lu Yin's mind went blank and his attacks paused. His body was struck and he smashed through several personal spacecraft. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his battle force gradually disappeared. Battle force was not limitless, and his body was already heavily injured. He could no longer hold on. The 2 Limeters immediately tried to grab him. Lu Yin raised his head and struck out with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He repelled one of the Limeters with a single strike, but he was still struck by the other. However, Lu Yin tightly grabbed onto that Limeter's arm and with a growl he flung him away. This was pure physical strength, but it still placed a huge burden on his internal organs, and the Limeter spat out another mouthful of blood. While the 2 Limeters were repelled, Lu Yin boarded a personal spacecraft and immediately activated it. The 2 Limeters attacked once again. Lu Yin shouted, "This spacecraft is about to explode. Do you want to die with it?" The 2 paused and looked at each other. At this moment, many Liu clan soldiers appeared in the surroundings, searching for a spacecraft. The 2 Limeters gritted their teeth and rushed to search for a personal spacecraft as well. There were hundreds of personal spacecraft on this enormous spacecraft, but it was still too few compared to the Liu clan's numbers. At this moment, there were less than 15 seconds before the spacecraft would self-destruct. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft was the first to activate, and it quickly charged out of the large spacecraft and into outer space. Following that, one spacecraft after another fled. Sadly, perhaps due to a system malfunction, only a dozen or so spacecraft managed to escape. The rest of the spacecraft were blocked by the large spacecraft and could not leave. Screams of despair could be heard. Within the large spacecraft, the middle-aged man despaired. The Liu clan, which had been passed down for so many years, was finished. It had actually been destroyed by an unknown person. He was unwilling to accept this, and he turned to look outside the spacecraft, just in time to see Lu Yin's personal spacecraft escape. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. "If we die, you won't live either," he roared as he aimed his weapon at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as an endless chill surged through him. Extreme danger loomed over him, and this feeling was the same as when he had faced that beam of light at the pirate port. He turned around and his gaze pierced through space as if he could see the Liu clan's patriarch in despair. "Die!" the middle-aged man growled as he shot out beams of light like a madman. Chapter 198. Boom. Suddenly the spacecraft began to explode. The entire hull shook, causing the weapons to lose control. A beam of light brushed past Lu Yin's personal spacecraft and shot into the depths of space. Shortly after, the spacecraft was engulfed in a sea of flames and exploded violently. Although Lu Yin had not been directly hit, the beam had still destroyed his personal spacecraft's hatch. A powerful suction force spread out, causing the spacecraft to creak as the air was pushed away. The endless pressure made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. It was over. The spacecraft had still been destroyed. The strange sounds grew louder and louder and Lu Yin felt bitter. He had not expected that he would still not be able to escape Drift Charge Planet's calamity. Death was inevitable. As his personal spacecraft disintegrated, Lu Yin's entire body was exposed in space. The enormous pressure almost caused him to explode, but fortunately his body was tough enough that he did not die immediately. He held onto the hatch tightly, and the shockwave from the explosion pushed the hatch deep into space like a meteor. Lu Yin had already lost consciousness. He was only a melder and could not survive in space. Death was only a matter of time, and he subconsciously activated his arcane art of life and death. Not far away, another spacecraft was cruising steadily through space. Someone in the command room cried out, "Captain, there's an explosion on the right. Seems like a spacecraft has exploded." "Don't worry about it. Continue sailing." "Yes, sir." At that moment another voice cried out, "Ship, Captain, look. There's someone floating in space." Everyone in the command room looked at the screen in shock. A spacecraft's hatch was floating quietly, and a young man in ragged clothes was lying on top of it. He did not look very old, but he seemed to be heavily injured. "Zoom in," the captain suddenly said with a frown. The screen gradually zoomed in, allowing everyone to clearly see the young man's appearance. The captain was shocked. "It's him? Rescue him immediately." At the same time, in another luxurious lounge, a beautiful woman was looking at a star chart, deep in thought. The captain's voice sounded from her gadget. "Madam, please take a look at this." She looked at the screen and her expression changed. "Save him immediately. I'll be right there." Not long after, Lu Yin was fished into the spacecraft, and someone immediately carried him into an escape pod where several healers attended to him. "Madam, this child's injuries are too severe. It's a miracle that he's still alive. What a strong body. He's at the standard of an explorer. His organs are severely damaged and they're getting worse. It's like he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. Oh, he's only a melder, but he's still able to survive in space." "Madam, I didn't expect to meet him again so soon after we parted," the captain said in a low voice. The woman was Madame Naylan, and she had a strange look in her eyes as she watched the doctors discussing amongst themselves. "This is fate. It's very difficult to even find a planet in the vast universe, but I've met this person twice in a row, and both times were when he needed help the most." "You are his benefactor," said the captain, smiling. Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin being treated, and the corners of her mouth curved. "A noble? Perhaps." There was only half a month left until the astral combat tournament, and at this time, Madame Naylan had rescued Lu Yin. For 7 consecutive days, all of the doctors on the Naylan family's spacecraft did their best to treat him, but they were barely able to keep him alive. They had paid a huge price for this, and even the Innerverse's most precious herbs had been used on him. "How is he?" Madame Naylan asked. She looked at Lu Yin's naked body lying in the nutrient solution without any hesitation. One of the doctors replied in a low voice, "Madam, this child's injuries are quite severe and he doesn't have any self-healing abilities. However, for some reason there's a trace of life that's keeping him alive and he just won't die. We did our best to save his life, but we don't know when he'll wake up." Madame Naylan nodded. At this moment the door opened and a beautiful girl in a long white dress walked in. It was worth noting that she carried a sword on her back, but it wasn't as simple as the ones from Myriad Swords Peak. Instead, it was much simpler, and one could even say that it didn't have any style. "Auntie, who's this?" the girl asked, looking at Lu Yin without any hesitation. It was as if there was no difference between a man and a woman in her eyes. Madame Naylan smiled. "Your classmate from Astral 10. His name is Lu Yin." The girl was astonished. "Astral 10? I thought that Astral 10 had already disappeared." "You don't pay attention to the outside world. This child isn't simple. He's the leader of Astral 10 just like you," Madame Naylan said. The girl was shocked and she sized Lu Yin up again. No matter what Astral 10 was like, someone who could become the leader was definitely not simple. However, he was just a melder. "Auntie, since Astral 10 still exists, there's no need for me to rush back to the Innerverse. I'll just go straight to Astral 10, the girl said. Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. "That's right, how could I forget? Astral 10 is closer. All right, you can contact Astral 10. At this moment in Astral 10, The Sandmaster was standing quietly on the sand, sizing up Big Pow and Little Pow. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other. Bro, look at how old I am. Why don't you let me be one of the seeded contestants? I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. No, I want to be one of the seeded contestants. Bro, do you know what it means to be humble? I should be the one saying that to you. Bro, don't bully the weak. Don't think that I don't know that you want to be the center of attention. You want to be famous and you want to be one of the top 10 seeded contestants. You heartless brat. If you keep arguing, I won't let you listen to Xiu's albums in the future. The Sandmaster grew impatient. Shut up, you two useless things. Big Pow and Little Pow immediately shut up. At this moment, the Sandmaster's gadget beeped and he frowned. To be honest, he hated this gadget, but he was the one who handled most of Astral 10's affairs. The other old fellows didn't even bother to move him. Who is it? The Sandmaster's tone was unpleasant. On the other end of the gadget, a girl frowned and said, "Hello, Sandmaster. I'm Zhou Xian, the leader of Astral 7. The Sandmaster was shocked. The leader of Astral 7? Why are you contacting me? Big Pow and Little Pow were just as surprised. Wasn't the leader of Astral 7 a realm master? A member of the student council? That was someone with real power, and it had been a long time since Astral 10 had spoken to someone of that level. I would like to use Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the tournament. Please approve, Zhou Xian said. The Sandmaster was puzzled. What about your own academy? I'm not in the Innerverse. I'm in the Outerverse. The Sandmaster grunted. All right, as you wish. Come over. Thank you, Sandmaster. There's one more thing. Your academy's leader, Lu Yin, is with me. We'll go together. The Sandmaster was shocked. Lu Yin? He's still alive. He's alive, but he's heavily injured. However, he should be able to make it in time for the tournament. When are you guys coming over? According to the schedule, it'll take about 10 days. The tournament will begin in 7 days, so we might only arrive when the lots are drawn. The Sandmaster replied, Got it. Try to make it as soon as possible. He then ended the call and looked up to see Big Pow and Little Pow looking at him in shock. There's no need to fight. Let Lu Yin be the seeded contestant. He won't be able to make it back in time for the tournament, so we can only let him be the seeded contestant. That way he'll be able to make it in time, the Sandmaster said. Lu Yin didn't die? That's amazing. It's a miracle that he's still alive after being hit by that beam, Big Pow exclaimed. Little Pow chimed in, then let him be the seeded contestant. But then again, he's just unlucky to have to stand with the other 9 realm masters. That's a lot of pressure. The Sandmaster grew impatient. All right, enough with the nonsense. Get lost. At the beginning of the Astral Combat Tournament, each academy was allowed to choose a seeded contestant to participate in the drawing of lots. Generally speaking, these seeded contestants were the academy leaders. In Astral 10, Lu Yin was only the leader of the freshmen and not the leader of the entire academy. However, when Astral 10 reported Lu Yin's name, it still caused quite a stir. News of Lu Yin's death at the pirate port had already spread, but Astral 10 had still reported his name, which shocked many people. Both openly and secretly, countless people were discussing the fact that Astral 10 was still releasing smoke bombs. However, these discussions did not reach Astral 10's ears, and neither did they reach Lu Yin's ears. 7 days later, in the Great Yu Empire within Xianxia's imperial palace, a giant screen was raised. This screen was connected to the universe's network and would broadcast the entire Astral Combat Tournament in real time. Not only the Imperial Palace, but all of the screens on Xianxia would also broadcast the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion for the entire universe. In the Hua family, Hua Shaoling watched the screen rise with a complicated expression. She had also participated in Astral 10's entrance exam, but she had been defeated. Otherwise, she might have been included in this screen as well. Hua Shaoling thought of Schutz and Lu Yin. One of them was the strongest of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, while the other was King Zishan. These two would probably appear. The Anna family also raised their screens as they would also be able to watch the entire Astral Combat Tournament. On the screen, the seeded contestants of the 10 academies appeared, and the 10th contestant was Lu Yin. Rumor has it that Lu Yin died, But not only did he not die, he even became a seeded contestant, Rocky Anna said excitedly to Xian Anna. Xian Anna also looked at the screen with excitement and sighed. That's good. As long as he's not dead. Not far away, Jenny Anna was also shocked as she looked at the screen. Yu Academy, Zherbok, Tianming and the others had all gathered together. While the others were just here to watch the show, they were here to see the gap between the two academies. This was an order from Wendy Yushan. The Astral Combat Tournament represented the pinnacle of each age group, and Wendy Yushan wanted them to know the difference between them and the other academies. I never thought that King Zishan would be a seeded contestant of Astral 10. That's terrifying. Yeah, even Schütz isn't a seeded contestant. Did he surpass Schütz? That's impossible. Schütz is the strongest in our great Yu Empire. In the 6 Squadron's encampment, Peach smacked her lips and ate her snacks as she stared at the screen. Hurry up and start. She's been waiting for so long. Luin, do your best. A warship floated in space as the second prince, Duke Yushan, stared at the screen. At this moment he was no longer as lazy as he had been on Xenu Star. Instead he was completely exhausted and filled with complex emotions. Happy Lantern Festival, brothers. Today's third update, the third update 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 199. On another spacecraft, the members of the Sword Guard mercenaries were also watching the screen. Since the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, the entire universe was forbidden from fighting each other so they could watch without worry. Ian, pour the wine. Dana shouted as she crossed her legs. Behind her, Ian stared at the screen in a daze. Luin? That shameless robber? How could he have ended up like this? This was too unreasonable. In the north of Frostwave Weave, there was a blue planet that was extremely beautiful and dazzling. This was Earth. It had been a long time since Luin and the others had left Earth. When they had left, Earth had still been submerged in a sea of zombies, but now there had been a huge change. The Great Yu Empire had sent troops to help Earth clean up the zombies, but they had not interfered with Earth's affairs. Now Earth was at peace. In Jinlin, a giant screen rose up and countless people stared at it with envy. It was rumored that the upcoming tournament was a competition between the universe's top academies, the Astral Combat Academy. They would be able to clearly see the strength of the universe's powerhouses. After Earth had evolved, it had embarked on a different path, and this was only the beginning. They were about to see the true future of this path. A line of words appeared on the screen. It was the list of the 10 seeded students. Zhou Xian had been drinking water, but when he saw the list he spat it out. At the bottom of the list was Astral 10's seeded student, Luin. Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire's King Zishan. Origin Earth. This line of words stunned everyone on Earth. Their planet's name had appeared in one of the universe's top events. The word Earth was clearly visible, and at this moment, countless people in the universe could see it. The entire planet fell into a deathly silence. Beijing Huansha Elderlian Camp Blue in the northeast, Xiaoyu Jinlin Zhoushan Fenghong Luo Yi Qinxian the grasslands Wuxing and so on. Everyone who knew Luin was stunned. This person had actually made it onto the list of the universe's top events, bringing Earth's name into the eyes of countless people in the universe. Not only China but Europe, America, Africa and so on. Regardless of their relationship with China, everyone cheered wildly. At this moment they were all Earthlings and they were proud of the word Earth and Luin. This was someone who had walked out of Earth and entered the universe's most glorious palace. An insignificant and nameless planet had suddenly entered the eyes of the entire universe, and this moment brought a huge change to Earth. This simple line of words inspired countless people on Earth. In Jinling, a beautiful girl's eyes lit up as she stared at the screen. In the capital, a young man with an ashen face lay on the ground and looked at the last line of words on the screen. Even if the crowd blocked him, even if he was deep in the mud, it could not block his shining eyes. In the forest, the young man raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. They also wished to join the most glorious palace in the entire universe. In the Outerverse, there was a city in the sky above a vast continent called San Dios. This was the headquarters of the Outerverse Youth Council. At this moment Wendy Yushan was looking at the screen with a strange look in her eyes. The last line of the list had surprised her. She had originally not paid attention to these insignificant people, but now they were actually climbing up the ranks. They were now worthy of her attention. Not only in the outerverse but also in the various major flow zones of the innerverse. Countless planets raised their screens as they awaited the arrival of the Astral Combat Tournament. This was a grand occasion that had occurred after the internet had connected the universe. The tournament was held to motivate the humans and to prepare for the battlefield at the border. Humans were not weak and the Astral Combat Tournament would prove this point. Within the Nalan family's ship's infirmary, Lu Yin's treatment was still being carried out in an orderly manner. His heartbeat is obviously faster. He should be able to regain consciousness soon. His internal organs have recovered well. This child's vitality is astonishing. Will arrive at Astral 10 in 3 days. Madam has ordered that he must regain consciousness within 3 days. Intermittent voices entered Lu Yin's ears, causing him to frown and his eyelids to twitch. Where was he? What was going on? Drift charge planet, explosion, mutual destruction, the Leo family, various scenes replayed in Lu Yin's mind. Suddenly he saw a beam of light descend from the sky and shoot him into the abyss. He opened his eyes and with a bang the healing pod exploded. Nutrient fluid splattered everywhere. Lu Yin gasped for breath and widened his eyes as the fluid dripped down from his pod, drop by drop. Everyone around him was silent as they looked at him. After a while, Lu Yin raised his head and looked around with a confused expression. What's this? Where is this? Inform Madam immediately that the patient has regained consciousness. His self-healing ability is increasing, someone ordered. Lu Yin was confused. Madam? Not long after, Lu Yin met Madame Nalan once more in a luxurious lounge. This beautiful temptress had saved his life once more. Lu Yin bowed solemnly. Thank you for saving my life, madam. I will never forget this. If there's anything you need, please feel free to ask. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Madame Nalan beamed at him. You've matured quite a bit after not seeing you for a while. After his near-death experience on Drift Charge Planet, Lu Yin's gaze had become even more profound, and his expression had also changed. After nearly dying twice in a row, anyone would change. Once upon a time, many things had been within his grasp, including Earth's evolution. However, his experiences in the past month had changed both his thinking and his strength. You saved my life once and I've saved yours this time. We're even now, Madame Nalan smiled and poured him a glass of wine. Lu Yin accepted it and once again smelled the tempting fragrance coming from the temptress. Smelled good and he liked it. However, this fragrance could easily numb a person's senses. I will never forget your saving grace. Madame Nalan pursed her lips and smiled as she sized him up. You have the same serious expression, but you're completely different from last time. It looks like you've experienced quite a bit. Lu Yin smiled. Everyone has to experience some things. By the way, do you know how long it's until the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nalan pointed at a nearby screen. It's already started. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly looked at the screen. A narrow but deep valley appeared before him, and there were many people on both sides of the valley. They were all students. Madam, what's this? You should know about the 3 Academies challenge, Madame Nalan said. Lu Yin felt helpless and smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that 3 academies would be randomly selected. The higher-ranked academy could choose one person from the lower-ranked academy to guard the valley with them. They had to stop at least half of the students who tried to pass through the valley in order to qualify. Otherwise, all 3 academies would be eliminated. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had already begun, and he would not be able to make it in time. I never thought that I'd miss the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin said helplessly. Madame Nalan smiled. You didn't miss it. You're one of Astral 10's seeded contestants. You won't have a chance to compete for the next 3 days and will reach Astral 10 in 3 days. Lu Yin was shocked. I'm a seeded contestant? Madame Nalan smiled. You're the leader, so of course you're a seeded contestant. Lu Yin was puzzled. Astral 10 still had Big Pow and Little Pow, and those two should be the seeded contestants. Why was it his turn? Wait. Madam, did you just say that we're reaching Astral 10? Are you going to Astral 10? It's not me who wants to go, it's her. Madame Naylan pointed behind Lu Yin. Coincidentally, the door opened again and a young girl with a sword on her back walked in. Lu Yin was shocked. The girl's eyes seemed to flicker with a sword light. This woman was not ordinary. The girl was not interested in Lu Yin, so she just sat in front of the screen and calmly watched. Lu Yin, let me introduce you. She's the leader of Astral 7, Lu Xiaoyan. Just like you, she's a seated contestant, Madame Naylan introduced. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Astral 7's leader, a realm master? For some reason she missed the tournament, so she wants to borrow Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain to enter the Life-Seek realm. The Life-Seek realm is where the tournament will be held, Madame Naylan explained. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. So I can participate in the tournament? Of course, Madame Naylan smiled. At that moment, 3 people appeared in the valley on the screen. At the front stood a man with an arrogant expression. He was from the Day-Night clan and his black and white hair was too eye-catching. Not far behind him was an older student and at the very back was Silver. Lu Yin was shocked. Astral 10 has been selected? The first is Astral 3's Chilean Day-Night, the second is Astral 7's Dai Ao, and the third is Astral 10's Silver. Your Astral 10 is very lucky to have been selected in the last Astral Combat Tournament, which eliminated the other 2 academies, Madame Naylan introduced. Astral 7 was one of them. Lu Xiaoyan, who had been quietly watching the screen, suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin felt a little awkward. What did it have to do with him? He wasn't even here. But you don't have to worry this time. Chilean Day-Night alone is enough, Lu Xiaoyan said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Chilean Day-Night? He sounded very powerful. Chilean Day-Night is one of the top 5 students in Astral 3, and he's also one of the area masters of the Undying Realm. He specializes in group attacks and no matter how many people attack him, as long as they can't defeat him, he'll be able to stop them, Lu Xiaoyan explained. The students who challenge the 3 academies can only defend and cannot retaliate. They can't use their innate gifts or battle techniques. Under these circumstances, Chilean Day-Night's advantage will be magnified infinitely. That's why he randomly selected the students from Astral 7 and Astral 10 to guard the 3 valleys, Madame Naylan added. Silver had been randomly selected. In other words, in Chilean Day-Night's eyes, it didn't matter if the other 2 were included or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant screen. As they spoke, the tournament officially began. With a loud bang, all the participating students in the northernmost part of the valley, except for the 3 academies, rushed out. As long as they crossed the valley, they would be able to enter the lot drawing stage. This was a chance to become famous throughout the universe. Whether it was due to strength or luck, even if they could only show their faces once, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. For this opportunity, all the students would risk their lives. Chilean Day-Night looked at the numerous students rushing into the valley with disdain. He slowly squatted down and shook his palms. Star energy suddenly shot up into the sky, causing the void to ripple. Following that, green seaweed began to grow out of the ground, filling the entire valley with greenery. Happy Lantern Festival. Third update 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. As always, I will never stop updating. Quality guaranteed. Chapter 200. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This was Chilean Day-Night's innate gift. It was obvious that the seaweed was highly toxic, so it was no wonder why he was so good at attacking groups of people. There were about 1,000 students from the 10 academies participating in this competition, and this was under the control of the participants. Otherwise, all of the students would have chosen to participate. Astral 3, Astral 7, and Astral 10 had been excluded because they had students guarding the valley. Currently, there were about 700 students who had rushed into the valley. One could imagine the pressure of facing 700 Astral Combat Academy students alone, but Chilean Day-Night remained calm as 2-lined battle force appeared around his body. It was not surprising that an area master had 2-lined battle force, but within the valley covered in poisonous seaweed, this scene caused many students to despair. The first 10 or so students who came into contact with the poisonous seaweed immediately collapsed to the ground before gradually disappearing. They had died on the spot. All of the students who wanted to break through the valley had to face the poison first. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched this scene and felt the terror of the poison. At the same time, Chilean Daoist's name became known to countless people. He alone was enough to deal with almost half of the students. At the very back of the valley, Silver leaned against a mountain wall with a relaxed expression. He still had that sly smile on his face. He did not know how the Astral Combat Academy had done it, but they had been able to broadcast what had happened in the Life-Seek realm in the form of a video. The moment he saw Silver's smile, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. He had a strange premonition that this guy, or rather the Neo-Human Alliance, was up to something. Suddenly the image of the valley on the screen changed. The sky was filled with blue frozen poisonous seaweed, and as far as the eye could see, blue had replaced green. Lu Xiaoyun's expression changed. This was forcefully using star energy to simulate ice, and even the color had changed. A powerhouse had taken action. Within the valley, Chilean Daoist's expression changed as well. He looked into the distance and gritted his teeth. Sha was a powerhouse from Astral 4 and the area master of the Path of Slaughter's ice. He was also someone who Silver had joined after joining the Path of Slaughter. You want to let these people pass and eliminate Astral 3? Impossible. Chilean Daoist was enraged. He soared into the sky and pressed down with both hands. Flower rain. With a low roar, the frozen poisonous seaweed shook as it attempted to break through the ice and attack the students. The students did not wait for him to attack, and they all rushed towards the back of the valley as fast as they could. Before this, Chilean Daoist had already eliminated close to 100 students. But now he was being held back by Sha. More importantly, a gigantic creature had suddenly appeared and enveloped half of the valley. It rose into the air and separated Chilean Daoist from the students below. Outside the valley, many spectating students exclaimed, "It's Long Zhe. He's a powerhouse from the Sylvan Dragon tribe and one of Astral 4's area masters." It looks like Astral 4 is going all out to ensure that at least half of the students pass this round. This way they can eliminate Astral 3 and eliminate one of their opponents. In the southern part of the valley, there was a tall mountain that towered above all the other peaks. There were 10 seats on top of it, and these were the seats for the 10 academies' seated contestants. The seated contestants represented the student leaders, and this was a convention. At this moment, aside from the 1st, 7th and 10th seats, all the other seats were occupied. The 3rd seat was occupied by a girl with long black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Half of her beautiful face was covered by her hair, revealing only a pair of purple eyes. She was Astral 3's leader, the realm master of the Undying Realm, Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the screen in front of her and glanced to the side. "Was this your idea?" Not far from Night Queen Yanqing there was a man sitting in the 4th seat. His hair was red and his expression was cold. There was also a faint red glow around his body. He was Astral 4's leader, the Path of Slaughter's realm master, Shui Luyun. After hearing Night Queen Yanqing's words, Shui Luyun did not say a word. He was colder than anyone else, but his eyes had turned scarlet. Night Queen Yanqing frowned, but before she could say anything, Quang Wang laughed from further away. "Daoist woman, you still don't understand old Shui after all these years. Does he look like that kind of person? It's obvious that his subordinates are doing this behind his back." Night Queen Yanqing snorted. "People change. It's no secret that Astral 4 wants to replace Astral 3, but Astral 7 is going to suffer as well." Shui Luyun's eyes widened and he said in a hoarse voice, "I'll make Long Zhe pay, but I'm not familiar with the other person." "You're talking about Sha. He's not very sociable," Quang Wang said. Night Queen Yanqing did not say anything else, as Shui Luyun's intentions were clear. He had not been the one to instigate this. The Sylvan Dragon was too arrogant, and it had dared to go behind the Realm Master's back. Did it really think that it had established itself in the human domain? It was just a race that had betrayed the Astral Beast domain in the blazing mist flow zone. In the northernmost part of the valley, the poisonous algae finally broke through the ice and descended to attack the many students. However, most of them were blocked by Long Zhe's enormous body. The Sylvan Dragon was huge and possessed extreme speed. Although it could not actively attack Chilean Daynite, it could still defend itself. The next moment, the blue ice spread out once more and covered the sky above the Sylvan Dragon. This time it completely isolated Chilean Daynite from the sky. Night Queen Yanqing's expression turned ugly. That idiot. In the middle of the valley, the students of Astral 7 had solemn expressions. They had thought that things would be easy, but they had not expected Chilean Daynite to be targeted. Astral 4 had gone all out, and even the powerhouses of the Daynite clan were helpless against them. He could hear Chilean Daynite's angry roars, but it was difficult for him to break through the defenses of two area masters of the same level. On the spacecraft, Zhou Xian's expression was ugly. This sort of situation rarely occurred in the Astral Combat Tournament. The Astral Combat Tournament was about fairness, and the Astral Combat Tournament was only about eliminating students who did not qualify to participate in the drawing of lots. It was very rare for someone to intentionally eliminate the guardian of the three academies, as this would only lead to conflict. Last time the students of Astral 10 had been too weak, which had implicated the other two academies. Now even Chilean Daynite had taken action and more than half of the students had broken through. This meant that the Astral Combat Tournament was halfway to success. Xiaoyan, what about that student from Astral 7? Madame Nalan asked. Zhou Xian answered, Dai Ao is very strong and his true power is not inferior to Chilean Daynites. However, he specializes in single combat and not group attacks. Astral 7 has a battle technique called the Astral Palm, which allows him to display his full strength with every strike without consuming any energy. This palm technique is very advantageous in single combat, but it is not very effective in group attacks. Furthermore, Dai Ao is not proficient in speed. Lu Yin was helpless. Not being proficient in speed meant that Dai Ao had been eliminated. How much could he block? These Astral Combat Academy students all had their own unique techniques, and even an area master would not be able to defeat them easily. Most of these students were limiters and there were very few melders. As he thought about this, Lu Yin turned to look at the very back of the valley. Silver was still casually leaning against the mountain wall, but there was a butterfly in his hand. A butterfly knife. No matter how angry Chilean Daynite was, he had still been defeated. With two area masters holding him back, it was very difficult for him to catch up. In the middle of the valley, Dai Ao took a deep breath. In front of him were many students who were trying to break through the valley, but his eyes remained calm. When the first student stepped within 100 meters of him, Dai Ao attacked. It was not the astral palm that Zhou Xian had mentioned, but rather gravity. When the black gravity descended upon the valley, the ground shattered. Countless people were shocked, especially those from Astral 7. Dai Ao had never revealed his innate gift of gravity, but he had directly used 100 times the normal gravity. Even a limiter would find it difficult to withstand. Even Zhou Xian did not know that Dai Ao had an innate gift of gravity. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Gravity and an astral palm that did not consume any energy reminded him of Zhang Wuji, his opponent in the ported battle. The two had exchanged 23 blows before Lu Yin's organs had been crushed to death by his opponent's gravity. Lu Yin smiled bitterly as he looked at Dai Ao rampaging through the valley. He had thought that he could fight against this person, but Dai Ao had not even used his full strength. Perhaps the astral palm was only a small part of his strength. It was no wonder that Lu Yin had been defeated as soon as he used his gravity. Within the valley, Dai Ao had killed 7 people in a row, but the 8th person had blocked his attack. Dai Ao was shocked and glanced over. It was an area master, but he had ignored him. His goal had been to eliminate half of the students, but area masters were not included. If the Astral 7 students were shocked, then the other students who had entered the valley felt like they had eaten a *T. They had thought that Dai Ao would be easy to deal with, but he had turned out to be a freak. His innate gift of gravity had isolated them from space, making it impossible for them to avoid him. This Dai Ao was not as easy to deal with as Chilean Daynite. Outside the valley, Coco was shocked. There are so many strong people. Sister Zora, are we really going to compete with these people? Zora was helpless. These are the most powerful people. There's no need for us to compete with them. Michelle's eyes blazed as she looked into the valley. The stronger these students were, the more eager she was to fight. The entire valley was shaking. Regardless of whether they were in the valley or watching the light screen, they could all feel the suffocating power of that power. Within the great Yu Empire's palace, undying Yushan sighed. This is the gap between the younger generation. Zherbok and the others were speechless. If they were thrown into the valley, they would not even be able to fight back. On Earth, everyone was watching the screen and marveling at the terror of the universe's powerhouses. Dai Ao's sudden outburst had pushed the astral combat tournament to its climax. From the very beginning, this astral combat tournament was destined to be extraordinary. Just as everyone thought that Dai Ao would be able to continue, a melodious tune caused him to pause. A beautiful woman was singing in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. That's Shiyu the superstar. The Soul Dream tribe's young matriarch has made her move. Shiyu's tune doesn't seem to be within her attack range, and it's not powered by star energy. It can't even be considered a battle technique. It's just a type of music. Astral 8 and Astral 4 are trying to attack Astral 3 and Astral 7. Shiyu's tune was very unique. Even without star energy, her psychedelic song still managed to catch Dai Ao off guard. It was not an attack but rather a vortex of desire. One by one, the students swept past Dai Ao and rushed towards the back of the valley. Everyone was excited as there was only one student from Astral 10 left. That academy had been eliminated. Although the report had emphasized that there were powerhouses among the students of Astral 10, so what? Did they really think that they could compare to the other academies? Impossible. Shiyu's tune did not trap Dai Ao for long. He suddenly opened his eyes just in time to see a student trying to sweep past him. He did not hesitate to use his starburst palm, but that student curled his lips and raised his leg to kick him. Bang! The void shattered as a spatial crack spread across the sky and tore through the valley. Third update. Wishing all of you a happy Lantern Festival. Thank you for your support. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.